Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are looking back on an upcoming sentencing on Monday. So today is June 19th, 2026. Happy Juneteenth to those that celebrate. Let me just double check my audio here. Yeah. Okay, so looking pretty good, sounding pretty good. So we're taking a look at the Charles Jones trial out of Tampa. The four defendants were all found guilty. We covered that trial. They are going to be sentenced this Monday. And since there are no live trials today on this Friday, this Juneteenth, it is a federal holiday. We thought we would take a moment and just kind of review some of the testimony that we felt was important, that helped with the convictions. So with that, settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
Hey, what up, say? That shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bready, I want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny. I don't blame you, dog, that's how this shit goes. Same two paths, we just pick different roads. Glue on the safe, I just stuck to the code. Now they tell me that I'm driven, bro, I already drove. So diverse, got too many flows. Checks coming in, got too many O's. Remember in the past, had too many lows. Now when I look around, got too many bros. Don't like to spend it, I told them I'll save it. Now that I'm here, dog, I seen it, they hate it. I'm making hits like I'm running those bases. And they taking shots, bro, I know that they faded. This, that shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bready, I want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see who is with us. Elaine, hello. Snap, good to see you. Kimbers, good to see you. It is going to be sad. Good vibes. Green-eyed cat, hello, hello. Horse welfare. Christine, good to see you again. Hellrider, hello. Nope, Monday's the sentencing. They were found guilty. There was two phases. We'll talk all about it today. There was two phases. There was the guilt phase and then the penalty phase. Remember, they were up for the DP, so that's why there was two phases. Sentencing is going to be this coming Monday, a couple days. I am feeling a little bit better, still congested. Aaron's not feeling good, so it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Itty bitty, hello, how are you? Jennifer, how are you? Actual sentencing is this Monday. This Monday, we are going to be doing exactly what we're doing now. We're going to be reviewing testimony leading right up into their sentencing. Court Watcher Denisha, how are you? Downey Lynn, good to see you. Glee Roll, thank you for joining us. William, how are you? Debbie, hello again. Eva Renee, happy Father's Day coming up. Got Manners, how are you? Good to see you. My lips are sealed, good to see you. Courtney, you got a membership. That is so awesome. Radioactive, yes, Radioactive. Thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Let's see. Barry, good to see you. There's the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Courtney and My Lips Are Sealed. Both were in our chat. Awesome. I love when that happens. Horse Welfare saying hello. Iowa Backyard Cam, hello, hello. Welcome in. Cats Gallery, you're listening. So good to have you with us today, Heidi. Good to see you again. Thank you for finding your way over here. Hope the portal wasn't too obnoxious for you. Mr. Man, how are you? No comparison. Good to see you. Great Gams. Hello and welcome in. Stella, good to see you. Aya9. Bama Green Eyes. All right. So get comfortable, people, and let's take a look at this again. All right, so this all happened back in 2024. We've done extensive videos on this. We've done the whole breakdown between ATK, KTA. If you missed all of that, I encourage you to go back and watch that if you want over the weekend. We've shown Davion's interview. We've posted that. We covered the trial. So again, this is just to, because it's been a while. It's been, they were found guilty in May 8th. So May 8th, they were found guilty of phase 1 of actually pulling the trigger and setting up Charles Jones' demise in Tampa. And then the penalty phase started May 11th, and that finished May 15th. So May 15th, June 15th. So we're about a month out. And it's funny enough, we've covered we're on our third trial since then. So this is just a chance for us to kind of get our heads wrapped around this again. I want to focus from now until the sentencing on Monday. I want to focus back on this trial. In the Alaska trial that we're covering, we're going to cover that after this sentencing. So we will cover that. It'll be Monday afternoon into evening whenever the sentencing is over. But again, sentencing is on Monday, not today. This is just to kind of get us back into, refamiliarize ourselves with the names. We all know what happened, but I just want to bring this back up to the surface because I don't want to be covering their sentencing and then have the other trial in my mind. So I'm doing this mostly for myself. I'm glad that you guys are along for the journey. Maybe we'll discover some new things together that we did not hear before, because I always find listening to testimony over and over and over again, you're like, oh, wait, I didn't hear that before. So again, just to review, Charles Jones, a.k.a. Julio Foolio, he was a rapper in Jacksonville. There was a feud between him and Yungeen Ace and his crew, the Ops, as they go by, they call each other. And they were feuding. They were social media. They were posting songs, dropping songs left and right, basically telling who they deleted, who they smoked, and ultimately it led to Isaiah and his girlfriend Alicia driving around. They were the lookout crew, and then Davion, Rashad, and Sean were the actual trigger people. And there's video, which we got taken down. YouTube took us down for showing that in the middle of our stream, so we're not going to show any of that today. We learned our lesson, but they were the actual people that pulled the trigger and took out Charles Jones and in Tampa. He was celebrating his 26th birthday, which is the 21st. Sentencing is the 22nd. And then he was shot on the 23rd. So it's not that is not lost on me. The timing of the sentencing is not lost on me. It's just amazing how that all kind of comes full circle, if you will. So, all right. So that's the backstory. We had interests representing Davion Murphy. Florida PI Sam was a part of that group. She has a fantastic channel. If you guys do not know Florida PI Sam, please go ahead and give some support. We talked to her about the verdict back when it happened back in May. And if you guys do not know or are aware of Florida PI Sam, fantastic work that she does on her channel. And that's where we stand with that. So that's a pretty high level background. I'm pretty confident that you guys are all pretty familiar with this trial. So again, this is just to get us back into the headspace of this, getting ready for the sentencing, because this is a very, very important sentencing. Thank you, mods, Good Vibes, and Barry Adams. There is Florida PI Sam's link. Thank you guys for posting that. I appreciate that, both of you. Our mods are fantastic. Please give them some love and support as well. They do a great job for us. Aaron does a fantastic job putting together all the graphics. So with that, without further ado, please hit the like button if you have not already, and sit back and get comfortable. And we are going to review. Sorry about that. We don't need that. First of all, we're going to review today. What I want to do today, what I want to do is I want to focus on the detectives. So today I'm going to pull all the detectives that testified. Right. So today we're going to focus on the gang detectives. We've got first up we have Detective Travis Oliver, and then we're going to go into Richard Nieder, and then we're going to get into Ramos. So today I want to re-listen to the detectives, the gang detectives, and then the lead detective. Ramos was the lead detective. So I want to listen again, and we all know the outcome. We all know the history. We all know the outcome. But I want to, from my standpoint, I just want to listen to hear if there's anything that I missed. Not so much that's going to change my mind, but there's so many details that they do give that I just want to re-listen to it, and again, just to get my brain wrapped around this as we head into the sentencing on Monday. So. Please be respectful of everybody in the courtroom. We do have people on both sides that come into our chat. I do ask that you be respectful to each other. If you guys can follow that simple ask, we appreciate that, and we love to have you here. If not, then our mods will take care of that as quickly as they possibly can. So, with that being said, this is day 2. And this is, let me pull this up. Let me pull up my trial notes. All right, so this is day 2, and this is Detective Travis. Oops, don't want to do that. Just so if anybody has any questions who this is, let me post this here. This is day 2. State witness. So day 2, they were already into state witness number 14, which is pretty amazing. And he's with the Jacksonville, the JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit. So let's give this a listen and see if there's anything new. Let's see if there's anything new that we hear. It's always enjoyable to listen to testimony again, just to see if there's anything new. If there's anything new that you guys didn't hear before, post it and let us know if you caught something new. All right, day 2, state witness number 14, Detective Travis Oliver with the JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Detective Travis Dwayne Oliver, Sr.
Detective Oliver, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Almost 28 years.
And back in 2019, what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
And is that the unit you're still assigned to?
I'm with the cold case unit, which is a part of it right now, yes.
Part of homicide, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2019, were you a homicide detective?
Yes, I was.
And back in February of 2019, did you respond to a homicide that occurred at 1646 West 45th Street in Jacksonville?
Yes, I did.
And were you the assigned homicide detective?
Yes, I was.
Was there...
For the record, we're just going to renew all our previous motions and objections.
Okay, very good. All objections are preserved for the record, the same ruling from the court. You may proceed.
Did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us who was the victim of the homicide?
The victim was Adrian Gaynor.
And how old was he? Do you remember?
17.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Adrian Gaynor.
Thank you.
And does Jacksonville have a gang unit?
Yes, they do.
And as part of a homicide investigation, if there are some allegations or suspicion that there may be gang activity, how does that work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
So the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a bunch of specialized units where you basically work in one division of the Sheriff's Office. So if we have a homicide where once the person is identified by the patrolman or whoever on scene, we have a database. If they run him through that database and establish that he's a certified gang member associated with a gang, the gang unit responds in addition to whatever specialized unit comes out.
Did you yourself, as a homicide detective, did you have special knowledge in the area of gangs, Jacksonville gangs?
No, I do not.
And so you did not have that intel, or were not privy to that sort of information?
That's correct.
And they run their own investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
Do they also advise you and assist you whenever needed and provide you with information if they can?
Yes, they do.
And is this one of the cases where there was suspected gang activity?
Yes.
And you said that the victim was Adrian Gaynor and he was 17 years old, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that he had a nickname?
Yes, I learned later on, probably after we arrived on scene or shortly after, that he had a nickname of Bibby.
Okay. And you were one of the first homicide detectives assigned to the case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Through the years, there had been other detectives that were assigned with it?
Yes.
And there has been a recent plea that occurred in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who pled to the murder of Adrian Garner, known as Bibby?
Hakeem Robinson.
Okay. And is that something that happened recently?
Yes, within the last couple months.
Okay. And I want to ask you about the location, 1646 West 45th Street. Where in Jacksonville is that located?
Well, if you ask someone from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, it's the northwest quadrant of the city. If you ask someone else in Jacksonville, they call it the north side of Jacksonville.
And so, can you tell us how Adrian, I keep saying Gaynor, it's Gaynor, correct?
Gaynor, yes.
Gaynor, I apologize. How was Adrian Gaynor, how was he killed?
He was shot multiple times.
And you said that plea occurred recently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you, and I know that you are not familiar with gangs, but again, this was, there was suspected gang activity, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when the plea happened, you were not a part of the plea, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Good afternoon, Detective Oliver. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Detective Oliver, you've never heard of Rashad Murphy, correct?
That's correct.
And in your years of working with the Homicide Squad, you worked in certain cases hand in hand with the gang investigators, correct?
I wouldn't say we work hand in hand.
Parallel.
Yes. If I have something that's gang related, I call gang. If I have something economically crimes related, I call economic crimes. It's just whatever specialty I need to assist us, I call them.
And when you do so, you do that because you desire, or it would be pertinent to have their involvement or have their assistance, correct?
No, their assistant doesn't do anything for me in my homicide investigation.
Okay.
They are gang detectives. They come out when a gang member or someone associated with them is killed or involved in something. What they're doing have nothing to do with my homicide whatsoever.
And you don't know what the association is in this particular case, correct?
I don't know what they are in any of the cases. That's why we call them.
Got it. And is that term, I don't want to make it up, is it called paralleling, or do you parallel?
Well, we parallel, yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Very briefly, huh? Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
As I understand it, you're with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
Been there 28 years, you said?
So almost a couple months shy of 28 years, yes.
Getting ready to retire, I presume?
September this year, I'm done.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
My understanding is the homicide of, is it Adrian Gaynor?
Yes, sir.
Known as Bibby?
Yes, sir.
That was back in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And did I understand you to just say that you, not you, but the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office or someone in Jacksonville just arrested Yungeen Robinson for that homicide?
No, you're not understanding that. We did not just arrest him. He just took a plea on it.
Oh, you took a plea on it?
I didn't take one. He did.
Okay, but someone at the state attorney's office. Was that Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And so that the record is clear, None of these gentlemen here have anything to do with the homicide of Bibby, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't even know who Davion Murphy is that correct?
Never seen him in my life.
Thank you, Detective. Have a good retirement, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wise.
Good afternoon.
All your years working in the sheriff's office, you've never heard the name Sean Gathright, correct?
Never.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petratus? No question. Okay. All right, redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Nieder.
Do we need to have a...
Could we approach her?
Yeah. Come on up.
They're all good.
Okay, very good. Have a seat. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, Judge. Continuing our conversation yesterday, Judge, so that I'm clear and I think the record's clear. In my previous motions in limine, specifically, although some of them dovetailed as it relates to Jacksonville detectives' opinions and Jacksonville detectives' testimony as to historical incidents. Motion in limine number 2,
right,
as we've already discussed, was granted in part and denied in part, and part of the reservation was videos. As I understand Detective Nieder's testimony today, because I believe he's going to ultimately be recalled and he's going to testify about different subjects. My first concern would be if his intention this afternoon is to talk about the history of the gangs, then certainly I think it would be the time and it would be appropriate to start talking about his qualifications and his history and his training. And I don't know if that's what the state's intent was to do that this afternoon in anticipation of what he was going to testify to, which, as I understand it, is our videos, specifically 3 videos. Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It. And as I understand the court's ruling, as it relates specifically to the 6 incidents that are considered motive and historical gang information, that the court has allowed entry of that evidence, what I think the concern is that, A, these videos this afternoon, as well as the videos that are going to be played later on in the trial, mention many names, each of them, names of individuals that have previously been the victims of shooting or murders, whether it's as a result of Julio Foolio's songs or Yungeen Ace, Spin a Benz, Whopping with the Choppa. And I don't believe that was the court's intention, is to allow Jacksonville gang officers to identify other victims of crimes that are historically related to gang violence and whose names are within those videos. And I'm presuming the state is going to be asking the detectives, in this particular case today, Detective Nieder, about who those people are and what happened to them. And I understand, and I know, Ms. Ismer, we've had some conversations about, I'm going to try to streamline it. I'm going to try to say, hey, look, who is this? Did they die? When? If I'm correct. And I still believe that, based on what I understood the court's order to be, that's not what you intended, nor that's what you ordered. Now, I certainly could be wrong, but my fear is that the jury then being apprised of all of these other individuals that were killed as part of his testimony discussing historical gang warfare or historical gang violence would not be in the spirit of what I understood the court's ruling to be.
Okay. And so my understanding is that, having seen these videos, that what makes them drill rap, as that term is understood, is that there is some reference that whoever is performing the rap makes certain reference to people that have died, right? And so if the state's intending to not go any further than to have Detective Nieder explain to the jury the significance in this drill rap of the rapper identifying these specific people and that it's ops, so to speak, then that could be relevant. So go ahead, Ms. Ismer.
That is the exact purpose of the state's introducing the video and the inquiry of the detective. I can assure the court that the nicknames, for example, or the references to certain incidents or locations are things that only Detective Nieder or detectives could describe. And in this case, we have consolidated that to Detective Nieder to describe these 3 videos and only certain lines from those videos. So the inquiry is, of course, limited to what does that reference mean? Because surely the jury on their own would never be able to understand what's happening or the relevance of that to this case or the investigation.
Okay, and then because we have the 6 prior incidents that I've already ruled would be admissible. During these videos, are there other incidents or other victims that are not part of the 6 previous incidents that I've said are admissible?
There are other victims mentioned in the music videos that we would be inquiring with the detectives about. Those persons that are mentioned are relevant. So they're relevant both to the gang history, but also to later evidence in the case. My intention was to not go into depth with the relevance of that until the gang detectives were testifying about how that would have related to the specific defendants and their gang enhancement.
And can you identify specifically what the references are per video?
I can identify what the references are. I wouldn't be able to do it off the top of my head, meaning there are so many persons listed and we're only going to ask about certain individuals, but I'd be happy to identify those.
Well, just so the record's clear, what we're talking about here.
So, for example, there is reference to in Mr. Charles Jones' video, "When I See You," Suge, and Suge being shot off of his bicycle. When the detectives are present and testifying about the gang enhancements in this case, they will be discussing Suge, which is Avery McKnight, an individual that is tattooed on Davion Murphy's body, in image, by name, and by alias. And so, yes, we will circle back, I guess, to those issues or those mentions from the videos, specifically as to the defendants during the gang enhancement portion. For today only, though, we will be asking who is Suge and what does it mean to say shot Suge off of his bike. And the detective would, I presume, respond, this is an individual that was killed in Jacksonville as a part of the war.
Okay.
Judge, I do have all of the people that are listed, and there's a dozen in one. There's 6 or 7 or 8. I can name them all in each video that the state intends to introduce, plus the ones that will be introduced later that have the same potential issues. But I think it exceeds what I understood the court's ruling to be by a large margin.
Right.
And what's going to happen is that there's no way that this jury can't have a takeaway much more expansive than what I believe the court's ruling is. So,
State, can't you basically have the detective convey what's going on without going into identifying each and every person that's referenced? Like, can't you have them?
I have no intent to have them identify each person by reference at all.
So then
there are, in all of the videos, dozens and dozens and dozens of references. And so those which would be essentially relevant to our case, without discussing the defendants at this particular phase for historical gang evidence, to discuss the motive at this point, without talking about enhancement evidence, because I'm trying to create a clear delineation between those two things for this trial.
Right.
I am asking them, what does that mean, essentially, in these videos? Or why is that item of importance for purposes of the motive evidence in the historical gang, right? That is separate and apart, which is one motion that we've had, historical gang evidence in one category for the motive, from additional items of evidence, which are gang enhancement items that the detectives would individually testify to at a different time from today.
Sure, no, I understand that, but I'm saying that for this purpose, just to give context to the motive for this homicide, the state's alleged motive, as the detective's talking about the video, does he have to explain each and every reference, or can you curtail that just to, as an example, say, as an example, this is a drill rap, it's an ops rap, and in this video, the rapper, for example, he mentions...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And I plan to do that. I plan to say, are these individuals, even though there's a couple named, I can loop that together by saying a part of the case, instead of having them described, died on this date. That is not my intention whatsoever.
Okay, so is there any way with the videos to identify ahead of time who you're going to actually ask about in the video?
Yes, I could. I have a PowerPoint with the videos and the lyrics as we had presented to the court previously. I'd be happy to discuss that with the defense if the court would allow us time to do that very quickly.
Yeah, so what's going to be the first video you're going to play?
Who I Smoke.
Who I Smoke, okay. And so...
Judge, I could probably tell you all those people, and she might be able to say yes, no, yes, yes, yes.
Well, why don't you guys talk, okay? So I'm inclined, just so you know, I'm inclined to let the detective, as an example, okay, when he's explaining what these drill rap videos mean, I'm inclined to let him testify to a couple of examples of why he believes, as a gang expert, why these names are being mentioned. Okay, but not to have a wholesale go through the whole, identify every single person and what happened to every single person, just as like a demonstrative example of the rapper and what it is, the message they're conveying. Okay, so maybe you guys can agree on a couple that Detective Nieder, because I am going to allow them a couple. Okay, just as an example.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you guys get together right now. If you cannot agree, then I guess I'll pick.
Understood, Judge. And for the record, a couple's too many. So please don't mind objection.
Yes, objection noted. Okay?
Correct, Judge. That's why I was standing up there on behalf of Davion Murphy. We're going to object to it. The introduction of the drill rap videos initially, and any interpretation by anyone of what they allege they proclaim.
Sure.
So.
Okay.
A continuing objection.
Yes, and same with Mr. Petridis and Mr. Wise, I assume, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
So let me see. This will be a good time for me to come back here. Let me see if I have my timeline still. Did I take... Okay, I still have the timeline here. Did I take them all out? All right, so they're only going to allow, this was the timeline they're talking about. So the state is only going to bring in 6 incidences, right? So going back to 2019, so they talked about Adrian Gaynor, they just talked about him, Bibby. He was in the states, the state wanted just to bring in these 6, right? The story goes back further, but this is what the state wanted to bring in. And then, of course, Tiki, Lil 9, they're talked about often in the Who I Smoke video, as well as Bibby. Yeah, it's Bibby, Tiki, and Lil 9. So those are the 3 that appear in the Who I Smoke video. So I'm not going to play the video. We're not going to do that again. So let me just fast forward this. Here's Detective Nieder. Now we get to Detective Nieder.
Everybody, let's bring in our jury.
All rise.
All right, so again, this is, day 2. This is day 2. Let me just post this so you guys know what we're doing, where we are. Day 2, state witness. State witness number 16. So this is Detective Richard Nieder. He is JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. He part of the gang unit, and he is more, his focus is ATK, or Ace's Top Killers.
Okay, very good. All right, welcome back. And we're going to have a seat. Just so you all know, because we do not have court tomorrow, we're going to work a little bit later, okay? Not too terribly much, but a little bit to keep making progress, all right? State car, next witness.
The state would call Detective Richard Nieder.
Very good. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please state your full name for the jury?
That's Detective Richard Nieder,
What agency are you employed with?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 10 years this fall.
Do you have any particularized unit that you work in?
I do. I'm in the Gang Investigations Unit.
And how long have you been in the Gang Investigations Unit?
4 years this fall.
What types of duties and responsibilities do you have as a part of that unit?
That unit every day, we monitor gangs, members in the gangs themselves. We document them and their activities. We assist other units with intelligence in the gangs. We purge them if they no longer meet state statutes. And we also do a thing we call customized notifications, where we go out to their houses and offer them resources and stuff like that to get them help in a better lifestyle.
Is the outreach specifically something that your agency has the gang units do, so a community outreach of some kind?
Yes, ma'am. We do that. We try to do it once a week. Sometimes we get busy, but we go out with pastors and other leaders of the community and make notifications at their doorsteps.
In doing that, do you also develop relationships with some of the individuals that you're trying to help or their families?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about what you do or what you're required to do as a member of the gang unit to be proficient in the Jacksonville gang scene.
We go through cell phones, social medias. We monitor social medias along those lines.
And is the monitoring of social media something that's just become more popular in the last few years?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you're looking for when you're monitoring social media?
There's a bunch of different things. You look for like the songs that are being posted, what they're posting, who they're posting with, where they're at, their clothing, maybe the vehicles that they're around, and if they're like with other gang members, are they throwing up signs? What do the signs mean? What do the lyrics mean behind the songs that they're posting?
Are you in the gang unit with other gang detectives?
Yes, ma'am. There's 12 of us.
Are you specifically assigned to investigate one gang in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
ATK.
Do you have specific knowledge based on your training and experience in Jacksonville of what ATK actually stands for?
I've never been told exactly what it stands for. It would be just what other people have said on the street.
And do you learn that information from your street interviews, watching these music videos, etc.?
Yes.
Does the review of the internet or what's been posted include posting things that are directly posted by individuals of each of these gangs?
Yes.
What are some of the training that you and or the other detectives in the unit receive to become actual gang detectives?
We go through Florida Gang Investigations Association conference. We've taken classes put on by federal agencies. We've also taken classes that are put on throughout the entire country. At those conferences, we learn what other agencies and police departments are doing that might help better our investigations.
Does the FGIA conference that you mentioned, does it specifically teach courses on Jacksonville gangs?
No, it teaches like a general aspect of what they see across the state of Florida. It's not necessarily just related to Jacksonville, but each area of the state of Florida may investigate stuff differently, so it's more of like a networking conference where you learn different things what other people are doing.
So you mentioned cell phones. If Miami-Dade County said cell phones are being utilized to commit crimes in this way, you share that information?
Yes, ma'am, we would.
Are there courses that are taught at those conferences by experts from across the country as far as traditional and hybrid gangs?
Yes.
And during the course of taking those courses, do you attend each of the courses that are presented?
You attend the class that you would find interesting. Throughout the entire conference, there will be like 5 or 6 classes going at one time, and so you go to the ones that kind of relate to what you're doing as a gang unit or like your investigations.
So generally, if there is a course about what gangs are developing or what's happening nationwide, and there's a course about something Florida specific, do you choose to attend the Florida courses?
Generally, it just depends on what the nationwide would be offering. If it's offering something that I don't know, I would go to learn that instead of something I already know.
And is there specifically a statute in Florida that you and the other members of your unit are required to follow in documenting, undocumenting, and investigating gang cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that Florida statute?
874.
Does the statute provide for the legal definition for a criminal gang member in the state of Florida?
It does.
And is that the statute that you follow when you mentioned you document or purge different gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about reviewing that statute and then comparing it to the evidence or information that you've collected?
So the statute is 3 or more people that are committing one of their primary activities is criminal or delinquent acts. They colors, hand signs, clothing, stuff along that line that shows they're a part of the same group. We follow that, but the main key would be the criminal and delinquent acts. They have to be committing crimes to be a gang.
So there are requirements in order to form a gang itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And that includes the criminal association of 3 or more members.
Yes, ma'am.
And those 3 or more members are engaged in the criminal activity of some kind.
Yes, ma'am.
Or in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it strictly that the goal or purpose of the gang is criminal activity?
No, it's just one of its primary activities.
But is that what's required no matter what? Whether you have hand signs, whether you have other activities that identify you as a group, no matter what, 3 or more associated persons and criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am. That's the key component is the criminal activity.
If you have one of the documented gang member criteria underneath that, so the hand signs, the admitting that you're a gang member, those types of things, are you a gang member or an associate?
You're an associate. In order to be a member, you have to meet 2 or more of the criteria that's outlined in the statute.
So if myself and Mr. Harmon and Ms. Doherty are 3 individuals and we all wear blue suits every week on Wednesdays and we have a hand sign that we throw, are we going to be eligible to meet that statute if we are not engaged in criminal activity, at least in part?
No, ma'am.
You must still also be engaged in the criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am.
When you are working gang-related cases or in your duty or capacity as a gang detective in Jacksonville, how much of your work week is actually devoted to the investigation of gang-related crimes?
The entire work week.
And in addition to the gang conferences, have you also attended something called HIDA?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the federal agencies that we attend classes for.
Is your investigation or criminal investigation of gangs strictly related to murder investigations?
No, ma'am.
What are the other types of criminal investigations that you are looped in for?
We've done everything as from economic crimes to drugs to firearms charges.
And in your role working on your assigned group, ATK, Are you also at least educating yourself on the other gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a requirement to work in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. You would need to have knowledge, general knowledge of the other gangs.
When you are working on assignment to determine whose cases will be assigned to each member of the gang unit, how are they assigned?
If it's after hours, it's whoever's on call. You would respond to the scenes, and then you'd gather the information, and the next day we'd have a meeting, and we would pass it off to the person that's assigned to the gang.
What is the information that you gather to identify the appropriate gang detective to assign?
More than likely, we'll go off the victim.
Meaning whoever the victim is aligned with or identified as belonging to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you had responded to the death of an ATK member, you would typically be assigned that case?
Yes, ma'am.
There are obviously some circumstances in which that could differ, I presume.
Yes.
Okay, but relatively that's how you try to assign cases in Jacksonville?
Correct.
In working these gangs in Jacksonville, are there different types of gangs themselves that you have seen?
Yes, ma'am. We have traditional and street hybrid gangs.
What is a traditional gang?
A traditional gang is going to be like your Bloods and Crips, those style gangs that have a hierarchy. They have rules and regulations that they abide by.
When you say hierarchy, what do you mean by that?
Like there's somebody, you answer to somebody, there's like a boss, and then there's people that trickle all the way down.
That's like what we would see with, I guess, maybe Latin Kings or the Mafia. There's someone who's the head of the pyramid, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there are traditional gangs in Jacksonville.
Yes, there is.
But are there the other type that you mentioned, hybrid gangs?
Street hybrid, yes, ma'am, there is.
What is a street hybrid gang?
A street hybrid gang is generally created in the neighborhood. There's no hierarchy, there's no rules, regulations. It's just a neighborhood that meets the state statute 874.
Meaning the individuals who are representing that neighborhood also meet the statutory criteria for gang member?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you are saying from a neighborhood. Are there certain neighborhoods that are identified in Jacksonville as belonging to certain gangs or groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for me one example of that?
The easy example would be like 1200. Their area of town is 1200 East 1st Street.
Is 1200 commonly referred to as Out East 1200 or 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's literally geographically where a lot of the members reside?
I wouldn't, maybe not reside, but that's their hangout. That's where they're more than likely to be found. They could reside elsewhere in Duval County.
Over the course of the last several years, have you also seen a trend where individuals will belong to Out East 1200 that have never lived Out East?
Yeah, they could. You don't have to live out there to be a part of that gang.
What about 6 Block? Is that a location in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that refer to a specific neighborhood or area?
It's the area. It's the north side of Jacksonville, the area near 45th and Moncrief.
And typically, near 45th and Moncrief, are you seeing 6 Block members that were essentially born and raised there?
It would be the same for them. Like, you don't have to be born and raised in the area to be a part of that gang, but that's just the general spot that they used to or like to hang out.
Well, let's talk about geographic locations. If you are a member of 1200, are there certain areas that you have seen acts of violence occur in the 6 Block geographic locations, or locations that only 6 Block should be?
Yes, it would raise concern if you found a 1200 Out East member or associate in the north side.
And vice versa.
Jacksonville, yes, ma'am. That would raise concerns for us.
So certain areas that if you are a member of 6 Block, you don't go, that are other members' territories.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like you can't go, but it just raises concerns, and acts of violence would likely occur.
Okay. Now, when you investigated or became involved in this investigation, were there 3 specific gangs relevant to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those 3 gangs?
6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East.
Are you familiar with all 3, 6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am, I would say to a certain extent.
Which one are you most familiar with?
ATK.
Is that because that's the gang that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, in assisting the other gang detectives, provide information about ATK members when they have an investigation of their own about 1200 or 6 Block?
ATK and 1200 we would help out a lot, just due to our gangs associating with each other, and they have like an alliance.
When you say alliance, can you describe for us what that means?
Yeah, they make music together, they hang out together, they're often seen together, maybe like a party or nightclubs or stuff like that, but the main thing that they would do is make music together.
So just because you are not from the same gang doesn't mean that you don't associate with other gang members.
Correct.
It's not like every gang is completely isolated to themselves.
No, you would have your associates and people that you get along with.
So ATK and 1200 are allied together.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those two gangs get along?
Yes.
Relatively. I mean, obviously there are sometimes outliers in anything, but those gangs, you've seen music videos, for example, where they're together.
Yes, ma'am.
And were they always known, for example, 1200, always known commonly as 1200 in your entire career?
I think they have other names that they call themselves by, but the gang itself is 1200 out east. That would probably be a better question for the 1200 detective.
Let's talk about ATK then. Are there subsets or earlier names that members of ATK went by?
Yes, early on they went by Yungeen Gang. They've also you'll hear them say NHG too.
What does NHG stand for?
No Hospital Gang.
And when you are looking at ATK itself, do you see members that you had previously identified as NHG photographed, making music videos with, or even claiming ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen? So how does one group that's identifying as one thing develop into something else?
They just call themselves different names. The gang is ATK. That's the one that meets the state statute. And then generally they'll spin off of it. They don't quite meet the state statute, so they don't become a gang. They're just a group.
When you are documenting an ATK member, for example, do you document if they represent or present NHG but are photographed and making music with or are committing crimes with ATK members, that individual as an ATK gang member with some kind of subset or affiliation to NHG?
NHG is just a group, but the people a part of NHG are documented ATK members.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So I'm sorry if that was a confusing question. Did over the years you see a separation between 6 Block and an earlier gang, or the members of 6 Block going by something called PCE?
I have, but the extent of my knowledge on that isn't the greatest because I don't investigate them every day. So that would probably be a better question for the 6 Block detective.
And who is that gang detective?
His name is Detective Trey McCullough.
What about 1200? Any subsets of that, like 187? Would that be better asked of that gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Detective Craig Griffin.
Were each of those detectives, to your knowledge, also involved in this particular case and investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had an opportunity to become involved in this investigation, did you specifically document several music videos of relevance to provide to the lead detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And in documenting those music videos, did you document the members of the groups that were associated with those videos as gang members?
I believe that some of them are gang members or associates.
Would they have been documented by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, for example, Yungeen Ace?
Yes, ma'am. He's documented ATK.
And did you provide a music video by Yungeen Ace named Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review the lyrics included in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with a 6 Block music video. Although you're not assigned, are you very familiar with a 6 Block video called When I See You?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a video created by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Julio Foolio a documented gang member of any gang in Jacksonville?
6 Block.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to review the lyrics of a third video called Do It?
Yes, ma'am, by Yungeen Ace.
Also, same Yungeen Ace that is an ATK member?
Yes.
And is it a part of your investigation to learn the legal names of these individuals despite these monikers of Foolio or Yungeen Ace?
Yes.
What is the legal name of Yungeen Ace?
Kenyatta Bullard.
And have you been familiar with him since you have been working in the gang unit?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity even prior to your time in the gang unit to patrol the neighborhoods in which these crimes of violence would occur?
I have.
And are you familiar with several of those incidents of violence based on your time in patrol and in your time in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain for the jury specifically what a drill rap is?
Drill rap is a style of music that was created in Chicago. It's often a diss towards opposing groups or acts of violence that have happened. It's real life events, more than likely. It's not saying that they committed those events, but they're profiting off of it by speaking about it.
What do you mean profiting off of it?
So whenever you post a song on any social media platform, you get paid for that. So if you get a certain amount of views, you receive money from that social media platform. So if you post a music video to YouTube and you get 1 million views, you may get a set amount of money per those views.
And in the music videos that we have at least discussed today, Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It, those each have dozens of millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
All of the members, for example, we'll go with ATK since that's the gang that you're assigned to, not all of the members of ATK are prominent rappers, are they?
Correct.
Is there a prominent rapper that is leading ATK?
Yungeen Ace.
And is he probably the most recognizable, specifically if we go by YouTube views?
I would say yes.
What about for 6 Block? Is that still Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
More than likely it is.
Are there other members of ATK that are rappers?
Yes.
To the level or extent that Yungeen Ace is?
Not quite that level.
But not everyone is a rapper.
No.
Do you, in reviewing these videos, have an opportunity to ascertain how other members of the gang actually make money or profit if there are only certain members that are successful rappers?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? It was.
Yes. I don't know what's happening. There's some kind of high-pitched something behind me, so I apologize.
I can hear it, but I don't know what it is. Now it's stopped. Okay.
Are you able to interpret the lyrics of those videos and ascertain how other members of ATK, for example, may be making money but are not rappers in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that based on the lyrics or the admissions that are given in those videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
It is not just that drill videos are made by ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
You have seen and essentially interpreted music videos from 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have seen and interpreted videos which include ATK and 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
So while those are two separate and distinct identified gangs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, it is not unusual that you have seen both of those two allied together.
ATK and 1200, you're asking?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you have learned causes them to be allies to each other?
They have a common enemy.
And who is their common enemy?
6 Block.
Are ATK members and 1200 members vocal about 6 Block being their common enemy?
Yes.
And have you learned over the course of your time in the gang unit a specific member that receives that disdain from 1200 and ATK? A specific member of 6 Block, yes. Do you also have an opportunity to interview current and former gang members to get deeper understandings of the inner workings of gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also familiar with the cases or the outcomes of certain cases that occur in Jacksonville when they are gang related, meaning if one gang member pleads guilty to the injury, homicide, crime against another gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work with the other detectives as a part of your unit to track and follow and understand the war between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block over the course of the last several years?
Yes, ma'am.
I will tender the witness, Your Honor, if necessary.
Okay. Any questions at this point as to qualifications or experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. So you've been in the gang unit since 2022,
Yes, sir.
and during the course of your assignment in the gang unit, I think you told us that you have gone to HIDA conferences, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least a couple of them, correct?
Yes, sir. Those would be like classes, like day-long, two-day-long classes.
Yeah, 2-day-long classes, and this is the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Association, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're general classes. You may get a gang class, you may get a drug class, you may get a trafficking class, you may get a social media class, you may get an importation class, you may get multiple different types of things in general context, correct?
Yes, sir. They generally put the class title out, and then you sign up to attend that specific class. So I would only attend the gang-related classes for that.
And this occurs over a 3-day period, correct?
They could be up to 3 days, but generally they're 8 to 10-hour classes.
Correct, because there's lots of things going on. It's 3 days,
yes,
but
sir.
it has a whole bunch of things going on at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to those 2 conferences, you also attended the Beginners and Intermediate Florida Gang Association Conference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, I think you've indicated to us that you also have taken some social media classes or technology classes that generally talk about cell towers and mapping and social media and getting warrants, things of that nature, giving you a general understanding about how to go about doing those things.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to presume that you haven't trained anyone else or been a part of any type of panel as it relates to gangs and gang activity?
No, sir.
And I'm guessing that you haven't authored any kind of paper on that particular subject, gang intelligence or gangs in general, gang affiliation, correct?
No, sir.
And essentially, what training you have, other than what you just told us, is pretty much on the street, on the job training, discussing things from prior gang investigators, their files, looking over files yourself. I just told you a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
But in general, those types of activities is what and how you gain what experience you have.
Yes, sir, on the job training.
And
sorry, I got to interrupt. So that literally is what he does. Remember, we were just kind of talking about, is he actually on the street? This is literally what he does.
I'm guessing that you haven't authored any kind of paper on that particular subject, gang intelligence or gangs in general, gang affiliation, correct?
No, sir.
And essentially, what training you have, other than what you just told us, is pretty much on the street, on the job training, discussing things from prior gang investigators, their files, looking over files yourself. I just told you a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
But in general, those types of activities is what and how you gain what experience you have.
Yes, sir, on the job training.
And to the extent of your testimony, you have testified in the past based on cases that you have handled, that you were a detective for that particular case, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you're not a detective handling this investigation and this murder, correct?
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that this is the first time that you have testified in this capacity?
No, sir. I've testified in this capacity before.
And that would be, as I understand it, at a prior sentencing?
As sentencing or just as a witness in general, though I'm not the one that's actually investigating a case.
But they would be one of your Jacksonville investigations, correct?
I think I'm getting your question confused.
Yeah. So you are here in Tampa. testifying about a case that occurred in Tampa,
Yes,
right,
sir.
that you did not investigate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been asked to come and testify because you know some of the parties that are involved because they come from Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to the testimony you are giving here, compared to the testimony you've given in Jacksonville, that would be more related to somebody gets killed or somebody is injured and there is some suspicion that there's gang activity. You would come in and you would do an investigation into that particular incident, correct?
I would work alongside, it depends on the level of the crime. If it was a homicide, I'd work alongside our homicide team. Our sheriff's office is very big, so we have different units that investigate stuff. The gang unit alone, we do investigate crimes, but this type of crime would be investigated by our homicide unit, and we would provide assistance to them.
Yeah, they would call you and say, hey, look, we think there might be some gang involvement, or you may call them and say, we think there might be some gang involvement.
Yes, sir.
And then you would kind of parallel your investigations.
Yes, sir. We'd provide more of intelligence than any type of investigative.
And then what you would do subsequent to that, when we're talking about your testimony, then you would testify about what you learned as it relates to that particular case. That is what would entail your testimony in court for that case.
Yeah. I'm still not understanding that question.
So when you say you've testified in the past,
Yes, sir.
you've done so as it relates to the incident, the murder, the shooting that occurred in Jacksonville that you were brought into in order to do a parallel investigation as to what occurred.
Yes, sir.
I know you said that you've utilized 874 in documenting gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many criteria there are exactly?
I believe right now there's 11, and the statute is being updated. I don't think that is hit yet. But
And we know that's going to, I'm sorry, cut you off.
It's going to be adding more criterias.
Don't know when that's going to happen just yet, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I am correct about that?
I believe, yes, sir. I've learned about it, but I do not believe it's in effect.
Detective, you've never documented a gang member in Jacksonville based on the criteria of them making an admission to you, correct?
I have not.
And you have in the past used a criteria where you utilize a documented reliable informant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's the standard with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department, as it is a lot of other agencies, that when you have an informant, a confidential informant, and you need that person to be deemed reliable, you open up a file, you bring somebody in, you have a process that you go through with the agency in order to get that confidential informant documented, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would include paperwork, and you would have a file. Sometimes other detectives might share that informant depending on what their needs might be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you utilized in your documentation in Jacksonville gang members informants that are done and utilized and formulated that way? That's not what you do, is it?
The informant that I used was documented. We do have informants that are called sources that are not documented, but they're not. I utilize the documented informant.
So you're saying you do both?
Correct.
And in the day-to-day activities or the day-to-day investigation, strike that. Judge, nothing more at this time.
Okay, Mr. Snurdy, any questions only as to Detective Nader's training and experience at this
Yes,
time?
Your Honor, very quickly. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Fine, sir. Detective, we took your deposition back in September of 25 in relation to these cases here. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And since that time until today's date, have you ever been qualified by any court for a trial or hearing as a gang expert?
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument.
Sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Wise? No questions. Mr. Treatis? Treatis?
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Just briefly, you said that your training, from my understanding, is all from law enforcement sources, law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Sorry, bad question. And a lot of times you go to the same training conference every year, and they just update little by little?
Yes, sir. They update, and then the beginning and intermediate are different levels of classes you can take.
And you learn most of how to document through on-the-job training?
The document is just straight from the statute, and then reading it and interpreting it, and then the evidence that corroborates the statute.
None of the national gang conferences teach you about the Florida gang stuff, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
They just teach you the general stuff in the national gangs.
Yes, sir.
And when you're talking to gang members, you're generally talking to them when they've been arrested?
It just depends. I've talked to them when they've been arrested. I've talked to them just in public if we see them, or we're out doing proactive police work and they're on a traffic stop and they get let free that night. Any chance I get, I talk to them.
Would you say it's fair that for the most part they're not giving you specific details or a lot of information?
Yeah, it just depends what kind of situation they got themselves into.
Okay. But generally they're not telling the full truth of everything that's going on to law enforcement?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. And you're getting a lot of stuff, you said, from social media?
Yes, sir. Social media and like phone downloads.
And this requires the understanding of some coded words and some language that they're using?
They'll talk. They might change up a couple words, but they don't really talk in very code like you would think.
And you get those from just watching more and more videos, correct?
What, the videos?
The coded words that they do use, you understand those by just watching more and more videos? That's basically how you do it?
You kind of just, I generally just figure out what they're talking about and then kind of piece it together, what they're trying to say.
That's all I have, Aaron. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Detective, if there is a question either interagency or nationwide, really a question about ATK, are you the focus of, or the sole person at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that those inquiries are directed to?
Yes, ma'am.
We spoke a little bit about having reviewed music videos specifically related to this case. At this time, the state would seek to admit the self-authenticating business record, State's Exhibit 111 for the YouTube videos, Your Honor.
Okay, is that just the certification?
Yes, it's the certification and the return, essentially. It has the data and the dates for the YouTube videos.
Okay, any objection?
Previous objections, Your Honor.
Okay.
We knew our previous.
Okay. Okay, same ruling from the court, it's admitted.
Sir, this particular case, speaking first about the 3 YouTube videos that were identified, were they documented as being in chronological order from Who I Smoke being first?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit and publish States 112A and B, 113A and B, and 130A and B.
Okay, and you all renew all previously made objections, correct?
Yes, Judge.
We renew all previous objections.
Okay, with all previous objections being renewed, the same ruling from the court, they'll be admitted.
Can you see the screen before you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 112. Do you recognize this still image?
Yes, ma'am. That's the opening credits of the music video, Who I Smoke.
Is this probably
Now, here's where they get into the songs. So we're going to fast forward through these. Get over to here.
Smoking somebody means like you killed them or like they're dead. You roll them up in a joint and smoke them.
And is tradie someone who is affiliated to a specific gang in Jacksonville?
Yes, 6 block.
And is tradie someone who was killed in the rivalry?
Yes.
When we see reference to choppas, what is that?
Gun, like a firearm.
As we watch the videos themselves, we see several individuals that are at least named in the video. So in looking at the last line of this current slide, no hospital gang boy, that line, do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what no hospital gang means?
That's the name of their group.
Whose group?
It would be like a spin-off of ATK.
And is that NHG, like what we were discussing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
More specifically, in this song, there is a line referring to Houston. Is that the actual city or an individual?
That's the city.
What is it that you know about Houston that was relevant in your review of this particular video?
So he says he was lurking on his page, which means he was watching his page, his social media page. He called him lacking in Houston, let off shots. He got shot and went live. They're speaking about the attempted murder on Charles Jones that happened in Houston. He went live from a hospital bed, basically trolling them, saying they didn't get the job done.
Okay, so there was an attempted murder on Mr. Jones. Was he injured?
I believe he was.
And he went to the hospital and then went live. Is that like on social media?
On his Instagram.
And that's a video of some kind on Instagram?
Yes.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe specific hand signs that were utilized in the video by Whopper with the Choppa and Spin a Benz depicted on the images in front of you?
Yes.
Is this a common hand sign that you see depicted by members of a specific Jacksonville gang?
I believe that is 1200's hand sign, but like referred to earlier, Detective Griffin would probably be the know-all for that criminal gang and their hand signs and what they do.
So in your review of a music video like this, you would document what we're seeing on the screen and then speak to specifically Detective Griffin to confirm the meaning behind the hand sign?
Yes, ma'am. I would show him the picture, send him a picture, and confirm that is them doing the hand sign. That would be part of the criteria to document them as gang members.
I want to ask you specifically about 2 homicides which occurred in 2018 and 2019. Are you familiar with the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, a.k.a. Spaz, and Adrian Gaynor, a.k.a. Bibby?
Yes, ma'am.
To what group is Spaz or Joe Rod Adams affiliated or was affiliated?
Out East 1200.
And was Mr. Adams ultimately killed?
He was.
What was the circumstance of that homicide?
It was at Raines High School football game. He was shot and killed at the game. Robert Howard, who goes by Kenny Caps, who is a 6 block member, was charged with and arrested for manslaughter and was sentenced to 5 years in that case.
So Kenny Caps or Robert Howard, the individual who was also present on the night of Charles Jones's homicide?
Yes, he was.
Was arrested and convicted of that homicide?
Yes.
Joe Rod Adams?
Yes.
Had that sentence been concluded and he ultimately been released at the time of Charles Jones's murder in June of 2024?
Yes.
Was there an individual present for during the homicide of Spaz or Joe Rod Adams named Adrian Gaynor, a person present with or aligned with Robert Howard?
Yes.
What group is Adrian Gaynor or was Adrian Gaynor a part of?
6 block.
Mr. Howard, in the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, he was arrested approximately how long after the homicide occurred?
I'm not exactly sure of how long it took to arrest him. I don't think it was very long, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. But ultimately afterward, was there also a homicide of Mr. Gaynor?
Yes.
At the time Mr. Gaynor was killed, Mr. Howard would have already been in custody, though, correct?
Correct.
Now we're talking about specific instances or acts, but these are not the only investigations or only cases that you investigated as a member of the gang unit between the dates that we're talking about in these offenses, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to view or review a video called When I See You that was posted on April 23rd of 2021, so about a month after Yungeen Ace's video, Who I Smoke?
Yes, I have.
And is that what we're seeing a title page shot of here in State's Exhibit 113?
Yes, we are.
Are you able to identify the individual depicted on the cover of this page?
In the all black with the black shoes and red bottom, I think it's his underwear, that's Charles Jones.
And you've become familiar with him over the course of your work in Jacksonville?
Yes.
All right, and we're going to fast forward through this as well.
This poster here that's observed on the screen.
Yes, that's the three deceased victims of that case.
The town center shooting.
Yes.
Were you able to ultimately identify those three victims?
Yes.
And is that by nickname Quan, 23, and 4?
Yes.
Was there also another individual present with those three when that shooting occurred?
Yungeen Ace.
Is Yungeen Ace the only individual who survived that shooting?
Yes.
When we're watching these music videos and we hear common terms that are used, like smoking on another person, does it mean the same thing even though it's included in a music video posted by the opposite side?
Yes.
So smoking on someone would mean the same thing essentially in a 6-block video as it would typically in an ATK video?
Yes.
Okay. You still would look towards the context to ensure whatever the meaning was?
Correct.
When the town center shooting actually occurred, the references that are made by Mr. Jones in this video, gone out to eat on his birthday, those specifics, are those accurate as to the investigation for the town center shooting?
Yes.
And then were there several references to an individual named Suge in this When I See You video?
Yes.
And are you able to identify Suge by legal name?
Avery McKnight.
Is Avery McKnight another individual that was killed in this back and forth?
Yes.
And what gang was he affiliated to or associated with?
1200.
Have you seen depictions or images of Avery McKnight before?
Such as?
Like a tattoo of Avery or Suge or something like that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And there was some significance to Suge and his bike being taken. Is that relevant to some kind of investigation in the death of Suge?
Yes.
We talked already about Town Center, but in speaking about one of the victims of that case, 23, is that a nickname for one of the victims?
It is.
And do you recall the legal name of that individual?
Royale Smith.
During the course of your work with ATK and investigating gang members, has 23, the actual number itself, become a documented reflection of gang criteria?
Yes, ma'am, it has. It's even said in interviews that it is.
Representative of a dead gang member?
Yes.
And utilized to depict or represent ATK?
Correct.
After these videos are posted, do you continue investigating an uptick of offenses back and forth between 1200 and ATK and members of 6 Block?
Yes.
Specifically, as it relates to August 16th and 17th of 2023, was there a shooting offense that occurred in Jacksonville which involved a victim by the name of Jaquan Pickens?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Pickens go by the name Jake Jitt?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the circumstances of that murder?
It was early in the afternoon on I-95. The interstate runs through Jacksonville. Mr. Pickens was northbound, coming over one of the rivers. A car pulled up beside him, unknown make, model, and color. Shots came from the car, struck Mr. Pickens. Mr. Pickens crashed into a broke-down semi, and that's where he was found deceased. His cause of death was gunfire.
And you responded to that offense location at the time of the homicide, or shortly thereafter, excuse me?
Yes, we would respond once the scene is secured.
And you specifically were also able to confirm the identity of the victim as Jaquan Pickens?
Yes.
When the next day then arrives, is a 1,200 member shot.
Yeah, Jacoby Bills, who goes by Lacoby.
Did Lacoby survive that shooting?
He did.
And where did that shooting occur?
It occurred at a park, I think it was a Pop Warner or some sort of youth football league practice.
But he survived that shooting itself?
Yes, he did.
When you say you document or monitor social media, do you do so after these offenses have occurred?
Yes.
And is it common, at least now, really in 2020 and beyond, I guess, to see the rival gangs take responsibility for offenses that have occurred?
Yeah, they will take responsibility, and they will also like troll. They might not say like they did it, but they'll like make fun of his death, call him names. They'll post like a song or something like that that insinuates violence.
Okay, so you said troll, so you don't log into Facebook and say, I killed John Smith today at noon.
No.
You post other images or phrases or something along those lines.
Yeah, just it's I don't know. I remember briefly about Jaquan Pickens. They were posting like chicken nuggets, like making fun of him, calling him chicken nugget.
Ultimately, a few months after, are there two offenses related to each other and involving ATK and 6 Block members? Ultimately, a few months after, are there two offenses related to each other and involving ATK and 6 Block members?
Yes.
On October 6th of 2023, was there a homicide of an individual by the name of Antonio Tilley?
Yes.
Did you also respond to that scene?
I did.
And were you able to confirm the identity of the individual who died at that scene?
Yes.
What are the circumstances of that homicide?
Antonio Tilley was messaging a female on social media. They agreed to meet up. As Antonio Tilley pulls into the residence where they were alleged to meet up, he was ambushed by two individuals where he was shot, and the Uber driver was shot and killed.
So Mr. Tilley did not survive that shooting?
He did not.
And the shooting occurs in the late night hours of October 6th, is that right?
Yes.
Were there posts on social media from members of 6 Block that you observed taking essentially, quote, credit for that offense?
Yeah, they did the same as credit, trolling, making fun of his death.
And when you were on the scene of Mr. Tilley's homicide or investigating that, did you receive a call to respond to an attempted murder of an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to that scene and ultimately a hospital?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones the surviving individual from that shooting?
He was.
What were the circumstances of that shooting several hours after Antonio Tilley was killed?
It was early in the morning. A car backs in on an abandoned residence near Mr. Jones, where he was at that night or that morning. As Mr. Jones backs his black Charger out of the driveway, he starts driving down the road. Two individuals get out of this vehicle back into the abandoned driveway and open fire on Mr. Jones's Charger. Mr. Jones fled down the road a little bit and then exited his vehicle and ran to a neighboring residence for help.
And you responded to the offense location?
I did.
And then another detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office would have collected the evidence from that offense itself?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime, any violent crime or anything like that, our evidence technicians collect all the evidence.
And ultimately, does Antonio Tilley on the left side of our screen here become also a predominant figurehead or reference in ATK, just like 23?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's quite as big as 23 and reference like paying the respects, but he did become a name to a group of them.
Ultimately, on the date of the homicide, the murder of Charles Jones here in Tampa, Florida, was there a video released by Yungeen Ace?
I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning of that.
On June 23rd of 2024, was there a video released by Yungeen Ace called Do It?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing the content of that video, I guess in the time that it had been uploaded to YouTube, was it apparent that it had been recorded on a date in advance of June 23rd of 2024?
Yeah, that's what I would, based on the scene of the music video, with it being nighttime and stuff like that. I don't see where he would have had time to record it at night and release it the same day.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the lyrics of the music video called Do It, posted by Yungeen Ace?
I did.
And was there anything as it relates to your investigation of ATK which led you to believe that before June 23rd of 2024 there was an ending of the war between 1200 and ATK versus 6 Block?
Yeah,
was it still ongoing at that time?
Yeah, I would say like the ending of the war would be probably the death of Charles Jones.
Publishing states 130. Is this still from the music video Do It, posted by Yungeen Ace on June 23rd of 2024?
It is.
And to your knowledge and based on your involvement in this case, was Charles Jones killed around 4:40 a.m. on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this Mr. Kenyatta Bullard sitting on the ground here in this slide?
Yes.
Publishing video for 130A.
Yeah, we're going to fast forward through this too. Yeah, Debbie, it's really good to listen to these trials again. You know, because there's a lot of things that you don't. You know, you either miss whether you're chatting or paying. For me, I'm chatting, paying attention to the stream. You know, you guys are chatting, paying attention to whatever it is that in your lives. So sometimes it's good to hear things over and over again, and I'm glad. For me, it's just getting our ears back, tuned into this trial, because I have 3 trials in between this trial and their sentencing. So I just want to kind of get back back into it. So I hope it's beneficial to you guys too.
Go into the park, take a picture. Do you see that line there?
I do.
Was there a significant incident that occurred in Jacksonville in which Charles Jones was in Melvin Park?
Yeah, they went. So Melvin Park is on our city's west side of Jacksonville. It's often where ATK claims their territory. Yungeen Ace was originally from Clay County, which is like a neighboring county to ours, but Melvin Park was the general area they hung out. Charles Jones went there and took a picture with the park sign. They wrote on it, and they did a music video inside of Melvin Park.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to look towards the content of the lyrics in the Do It video?
Yes.
As we previously discussed, although the prominent rappers that actually make money on YouTube, for example, may have funding from views, do they also discuss the use of money to pay other members?
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what little do-its are?
It'd be like a crash dummy, or like somebody like you just give them some money and they'll do whatever you want them to do.
Okay, is crash dummy a term that you have heard used in your training and experience in law enforcement?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, ma'am. It's often terms that the neighborhoods use for like a younger individual who's trying to make a name for themselves, and they tend to just do crazy acts to try to make the name.
And is that what you understood in this music video in the last sentence that we just read? I don't even call him by his name. I call them ins little do-its.
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about reading the lyrics in context, does the next line depict for you the context about location of the opposing targets?
Yes.
And how's that?
He said they called my phone. They say they got the low. I told him to do it. Low means like location, like when you say you have the low or the drop on somebody, you know where they're at.
And I told them do it, and reading the rest of the contents in context, all this money, make an N-word, do it. Is that saying or providing anything for you in the context of this song?
Yeah, he's saying that all of the money he's got will make him do it. So he names the price that makes him do it.
I will tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez? Do you need to keep any of these up, or are you going to utilize any of the exhibits?
Yeah, Judge, you can take them down.
Okay.
I'm going to unplug it. Does anyone need any of the exhibits? I'm going to unplug it so it's not on the monitor.
No. Detective, you have testified about translating the lyrics of a rap video, talked about it, testified to it, specifically today with regard to these 3 videos, When I See You, Who I Smoke, and Do It. In fact, these translations are a product of your own opinion as to what is being said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by listening to it, you utilize what you believe are other investigations or other information you have received by talking to someone on the street or reading a social media post in order to formulate that opinion, correct?
Along with my training and experience and the experience of the other detectives in the unit. Yes, sir.
Well, the training is not going to assist you interpreting lyrics, correct? That's going to be based simply on what you've gathered on a day-to-day basis and what your eyes and your mind says you see and hear.
During the training, we network with other detectives who have also dissected lyrics, and if we don't know what the meaning is, they might throughout Florida.
Well, you're not telling me that you're relying on other detectives to interpret a lyric in your city, in your county, in a particular case, because we're not talking about coded language here. That's not what's happening. This is not coded language. This is an interpretation of a word, a series of words, or a sentence.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Okay, just go ahead, finish your question.
You're not discussing or telling me that you're utilizing other detectives to assist you in interpreting these lyrics, are you?
I interpreted it myself, but if I don't know the meaning of one of the words that they use, I will ask for help. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about detectives from other jurisdictions. We're not talking about something that would be termed coded language. That's not what we're utilizing here, is it?
I wouldn't say it's coded language.
Okay, so you're asking someone else to interpret for you what you think something means?
No, sir.
So you think something means what you interpret it to be. If you're not sure about some part of it, you would ask another detective, potentially from another jurisdiction, to assist you.
I would ask them like the meaning of a word, not what the whole section, not the whole lyrics mean.
Okay? And when you do this, you utilize posts that you've seen on social media, correct?
Yes, sir.
You use Instagram.
Yes,
whoever
sir.
might be talking on Instagram anywhere about anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reddit, which is another social media platform where people talk about what's going on out on the street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talk to people on the street
Yes,
who
sir.
tell you what they think it means too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these posts can come from anybody. You don't know who they're coming from, correct? The majority of the time.
I'm sorry. What posts?
Well, when you're utilizing social media posts, it could be posts that are being made by lots of different people that may not even have a direct association with what's happening.
That's correct.
And then when you talk to people on the street, most of the time they're unnamed. You don't put them in a report, right?
I do not.
And you don't know what validity their information has for you. You're just going to take what they say, digest it, and decide whether or not you're going to utilize it in your interpretation, that information.
I would take what they say, and I would discover facts or evidence that goes with what they say before I use it.
And part of doing that would be to talk to other people to see whether they say what he says.
Correct.
And that would be a large part of your day-to-day intelligence that you gather.
That's some of the intelligence we gather.
And when you talk about these drill rap videos, in most cases, the majority, if not all of the songs, are disrespecting another person or another group, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all gangs, all rappers, because every rapper's not in a gang, correct?
That's correct.
And drill rap has to do with, at the highest level, disrespect for other people, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be disrespect for someone who's died, putting it out there for everybody to see, correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to get clicks, in order to make money, in order to get notoriety, all of those things, you would agree with me?
I would agree that comes with drill rap. Yes, sir.
And essentially, they may even display happiness over what occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pleasure over somebody dying in a group they don't like, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also allowing the rest of the world to know what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And when we say the rest of the world, we're talking about millions and millions of views everywhere.
Yeah,
correct?
Lots of views.
The more you talk, the more angry you are, the more violent your lyrics, the more pointed they are with disrespect, the more notoriety you get, don't you?
Yeah.
And the more notoriety you get, the more money you make, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it's led people like Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, Yungeen Ace to actually get record deals with legitimate record companies that distribute worldwide, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Yungeen Ace was signed by Geffen Records?
He says he is, but I can't confirm or deny.
Okay. This disrespect that's shown in these rap videos, they talk about incidents in general, but they oftentimes talk about either groups or individuals. It could be both.
Yes, sir.
This also expands that particular rapper or performer's base of either customers or followers when they do these shocking things, correct?
As such as music videos and
Yes.
drill rap. Yes, sir.
And more often than not, when you're doing drill rap videos or you're doing these videos in general, you're doing it because somebody else is rapping about you.
Generally, yes, sir.
And so it's back and forth kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
And it's generating a lot of buzz, and it's generating a lot of money for a lot of people. Correct?
Yes, sir, I would say so.
And would you agree with me that because a rapper, a drill rapper, any rapper, people that are in drill rap videos, people that post these things, if it's not a rap video, let's say it's just a post, they are not A, admitting to a murder, correct?
Correct.
B, they're not saying things most often that are not already everywhere over the streets, correct?
Sometimes it's more likely that the lyrics that they rap is knowledge, like news knowledge, I would say. Maybe they've said it in like their news briefing, but there is sometimes where they rap about things that it was not released to the news.
They don't always happen, 30 minutes after.
Yes,
and
sir.
even if it's 30 minutes after, would you agree with me that in the age of social media, in the age of all of these social media platforms, incidents that occur in areas and neighborhoods that know and keep their eyes open spread it immediately like wildfire?
Yes, sir.
And so the majority of the time, what you're getting when you have these drill rap videos are things that are already very common knowledge.
Yeah, majority of the time.
So, discussing these things, disrespecting these people, does not necessarily mean that you were involved in any crime at all, correct?
I would agree with you.
Because we would probably think that when you were in the midst of doing investigations of the actual incidents that took place, having evidence that is provable against someone would in fact lead to that person's arrest, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even if you took what is being said as truth, as you have when you interpret these lyrics, you would think it would springboard you to get to a point in an investigation where an arrest is made, correct?
Not necessarily. I think the music is more along the lines of, like you said, the views and the money, but it also represents the group and the gang itself. It's just like it's a way of disrespect. That's how these guys use it to be disrespectful.
Well, then, being disrespectful is not a crime, correct?
Yes, sir, you're right.
And in fact, in opposite of being not a crime, it's also very financially lucrative.
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I was trying to get at is that you are doing day-to-day investigations in order to solve crimes. That's what this is all about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you're interpreting these lyrics, you are doing it purposefully in order to solve crimes, correct?
Yes, sir, to an extent.
And if any of this is true in these lyrics, in these rap videos, then you would have hoped that it would lead you to something else that might provide enough evidence to arrest someone, correct?
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand your question of like the lyrics are true. I heard you said something along if the lyrics are true, it would lead to arrest. The lyrics are true. Those are real life events that have occurred. Just because a lyric doesn't allow us probable cause to arrest somebody.
Understood. And very rarely would it ever in anybody's world. And I didn't want to mislead you in saying that. But in this tool of investigation that you guys spend so much time doing.
Yes, sir.
Okay? That would normally, you would hope, springboard to something that would allow a case to be solved or additional evidence to be uncovered or generated, correct? That's the goal.
Oh, yes, sir. It would hopefully allow us to generate an arrest or prevent the next violent crime by knowing where maybe the next incident will happen by the act of violence is.
And when you say that a rapper post or in a video took credit, I thought I remember hearing you say that when you were testifying on direct. What you're really meaning, and you use this word too, they're trolling the other side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're using that synonymous with taking credit. They're trolling.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't want to mislead anybody to suggest that when you're taking credit, you're telling us that they're taking credit for a murder.
Yeah, that would, I would see where you're at. It would be more of like your group, like you're representing the group and the gang. You speak about it because there's a known feud and a known war going on. So you speak about it to gain the views and to gain the likes and to gain the profits off of it. It wouldn't necessarily be like you're the guy who pulled the trigger.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the incidents that you have discussed. talked about the town center murder. That occurred in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was going to be probably 5 years or so before Mr. Jones's death, correct? June of 18 versus his death being June of 24, correct? I'm terrible at math.
Yeah.
Six.
That's
6 years.
More than 5.
That murder is unsolved to this day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Joe Rod Adams Spaz murder, August 24th, 2018, again, about 6 years from Mr. Jones's murder. Were you aware that that investigation indicated that Mr. Howard, who did that shooting, shot Spaz Adams over a girl, a problem with a girl?
I'm not aware of the investigation, the details behind it. I'm just aware of that Robert Howard was sentenced to 5 years for manslaughter for that charge.
Correct. Robert Howard admitted that he shot Spaz Adams. The question is why, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the motive behind it.
Did you ever have any conversation with Detective Dishman, who did that investigation?
No, sir.
Okay, so you are utilizing that as what you think is a critical juncture in this alleged gang war, correct? Usually utilizing this particular incident.
Yes.
Okay, but in fact, you could be wrong about this incident actually having gang undertones as opposed to an argument between two people over a third person.
Yeah, but it's about the underlying factors of it. The one was 1200 and one was 6 block, and the war goes way before that date and time.
Was Bibby Gaynor a documented member?
I'm not sure if he was a member or an associate. That would probably be a better question for Detective McCullough, but he was associated to 6 block.
And that was because he was very close with Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in order to know whether or not he was a documented gang member, we would need to ask Detective McCullough?
Yes, sir. He's the 6 block detective. I don't keep up with the members and the associate statuses of those guys.
Even on this particular one that you know is so vitally important to this timeline?
Yep. How much longer do you anticipate on cross?
Judge, a while.
Okay. You all step on out.
All rise.
All right, so that is day 2 concluding. We don't need to see them argue about how long they're going to go on. I just want to get to testimony. So yeah, K-Tally, I see you and Aaron are talking about Three Little Pigs. Aaron is related to that songwriter. You guys have lots to talk about while I queue up the next day, which is the following day. All right, so that was day 2. We're going to jump over to day 3, continue on with Detective Nieder, and then we're going to get into Detective Ramos. Yeah, their motto was the world's worst band. And I remember seeing that on MTV. I remember seeing that video on MTV. And then meeting Erin years later, and I'm like, oh yeah, you remember? Somehow we got to talking about it, or she played the song. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that song. She's like, that's my cousin. I'm like, oh my God, what a small world. I mean, truly a small world. All right, guys, while I get this queued up, if you don't mind, just take a moment and hit the like button while we're here. We're just getting ourselves back into the swing of this trial. That is, sentencing is going to be on Monday.
Thursday.
All right, we're related to this.
Sentencing will be Thursday. And what am I talking about Thursday? Sorry, I'm still not feeling well. Sentencing will be Monday. And we're getting back into this trial. Okay, here we go.
This case, did you talk to anybody about this case or do any independent investigation on your own about this case? Okay, see no hands. I take that as a no. All right, we're ready to resume the cross-examination of Detective Nieder. Detective, you remain under oath from your previous visit, and you may proceed, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Nieder.
Good morning.
So, Detective, obviously we've had some lapse of time here, Thursday till this morning, and to that extent, on Thursday you testified during the state's direct examination about the murder of Joe Rod Adams in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a witness in this case, Robert Howard, known as Kenny Capps, pled guilty to that murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also testified about the Town Center murder also in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an unsolved murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reminding you again and making sure I'm correct, you also testified about Adrian Gaynor, the murder that took place in 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gaynor was killed by a gentleman by the name of Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Adrian Gaynor was not a documented gang member, correct?
I'm not sure of his status.
He was a close friend of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
I'm still not sure. If he was a member or an associate of 6 Block, that would be a better question for the 6 Block detective.
Okay. Are you able to testify under oath that he was a close friend of Charles Jones?
Yes, sir. I'll do it. Yes, sir.
And you and I discussed your interpretation of the rap videos, the drill rap videos that were projected and discussed by the state on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of that testimony, you gave your interpretation or your opinion as to what certain portions of it meant to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
The video, Who I Smoke, was performed by Yungeen Ace, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was, for the music side, that's 187, right? 187 is the music side of Yungeen Ace's group, correct?
No, sir, that's not. 187 is associated to 1200 Yungeen Ace's ATK.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake in my individuals. So that would be Spinabens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so 187 is the music side or the rap side, the production of music for Spinabens group, correct?
I'm not exactly sure what their record production label would be.
Okay. And also in that particular video performing was Wappa with the Choppa, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also Fast Money Goon.
Yes, sir.
And that was released in 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
In providing your opinion on Thursday, you stated that there is a lyrical reference to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, being shot in Houston in the song, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is, as I understand it, an unsolved murder. Excuse me, an unsolved shooting.
I believe so. I'm not exactly sure about Houston.
You're not aware of anybody having been arrested. You would probably know that. It would trickle down to you in terms of your investigation, correct? If someone
yes, sir.
had been arrested?
Hopefully it would.
Okay. You're not aware of anybody being arrested and prosecuted in Houston, correct?
I'm not.
And You make also a reference in that song to Trey D, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not Trey D is a documented gang member, do you?
I'm not sure of his documentation status. I just know that he's an associate of 6 Block.
Okay. And it is an unsolved murder, correct?
I believe so.
I believe that you then testified on direct examination about another rap video, When I See You, correct?
Yes, sir.
And its lyrics as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is a video produced and performed by Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was also in 2021, approximately 3 years prior to his murder. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
In discussing your opinion about that video, you stated that there was a reference to a murder at the town center way back in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that particular murder is unsolved as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's also a reference to the murder of Avery McKnight. He's also known as Suge in 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that reference is relating, I think you testified, to him being on a bike, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, in fact, Avery McKnight was killed on the porch of a house, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't on a bike, right?
I'm no, sir, I don't believe so.
And this would have happened on Odessa and Franklin, that porch, correct? Not a bike.
Yes, sir.
You know where Odessa and Franklin is, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also testified, Detective, about murders after 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
You spoke about Jaquan Pickens, whose name is Jake Jitt, that was shot on the interstate in 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is also an unsolved murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about the shooting, not the murder, but the shooting of Jacoby Beals, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is an unsolved murder, correct?
Attempted murder, yes, sir.
Attempted murder, okay. I think you go on in your direct testimony to talk about a couple of others. One would have been of Antonio Tilley in October of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were part of that. You were called to the scene by Detective Anderson, who was the homicide detective in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
In that particular case, a man by the name of Jaquan Mills confessed to that murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, Jaquan Mills is not a gang member, is he?
Not to my knowledge.
Truth is that this was a contract killing for $20,000 put up by a guy by the name of Paul Nuke Anderson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Anderson is in prison for 25 years as a drug trafficker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, the gangs and the videos that we're talking about, the subject matter, I think you've testified to, amounts to what you call trolling, correct?
Yes, sir.
And disrespecting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even at times celebrating, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about also shortly after that murder was the murder of Tilly, correct? Antonio Tilly?
Sure. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So, I'm sorry, you don't understand it because I'd already asked you that. Very soon after Tilly's death, Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was shot at, got hit in the foot, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that was the consequence, or that was the chronology. Mr. Tilly was killed, and then Mr. Jones was shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this also is an unsolved shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, Detective, that it's no secret, and in fact, your investigations would indicate that of enemies based on his 6-block prominence and his disrespect for people that are dead, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Additionally, Detective, drill rapping about a death doesn't mean that you committed a murder, does it?
That's correct.
And being in the production of a drill rap doesn't mean that you had anything to do with a murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
What it is accomplishing is disrespect to that person or the people that care about that person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or disrespect to the group or the neighborhood for which that person hung around or grew up in, correct?
Yes, sir.
It also is an attempt to antagonize those people who cared about that person, correct?
Yes, sir.
In essence, it is Yungeen Ace, the rapper, trolling Julio Foolio, the rapper, or Wappa with the Choppa, the rapper, trolling or antagonizing Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is done for a number of reasons. It's done for clicks, correct? And
Yes.
viewership.
Yes, sir.
And it's also done for the expansion of notoriety for a brand or a person who is a thriving or established rapper, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to further that person's musical fame, even though certain people wouldn't want to derive that type of fame. That is the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all of this talk and all of this disrespect, what most people do like is potentially the money and the revenue that is derived from it. You would agree with me?
Yes, sir.
How many gangs are there in Jacksonville?
Approximately 30.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Very good.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I represent Sean Gathright. Detective, you talked today and last week about you're more focused with the ATK gang, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in your work and investigation into that gang, you never heard Mr. Gathright's name, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. And through your investigations and your work, you are familiar with 1200, which is an alliance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gathright's name was not involved in that gang?
Not to my knowledge.
And you also have knowledge of other gangs, specifically 6 Block, at a maybe peripheral level,
Yes.
based
Yes,
on
ma'am.
what you do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gathright wasn't involved in that gang to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
And you just mentioned to Mr. Gonzalez that there's approximately, and we won't hold you to the number, 30 gangs in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as your work in the gang unit and working with gangs in Jacksonville, you had never heard of Sean Gathright?
That's correct.
You talked last week about there being statutory criteria, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of those criteria put somebody as either a member, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Or an associate.
That's correct.
Okay, and Mr. Gathright was on neither of those lists, was he?
Not at the time of this incident.
Okay. Until the time of this incident and the investigation from Tampa, you had never heard the name Sean Gathright?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I think you mentioned earlier that the bulk of your knowledge from ATK comes from going through the files of your predecessor and going on social media. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And social media gives you a lot of information, but I would assume you need to be careful because it doesn't have to be all factual information.
Correct.
In these gangs we're talking about, ATK, 6 Block, 1200, there's no real hierarchy in these gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And there's no general rules or regulations of these gangs?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that ATK is a record label as well?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So they may or may not be, to your knowledge, they may or may not be a record label, have an LLC for their music?
Yes, sir. They could. I'm not aware of that.
Do you know when Charles Jones was documented as a gang member?
I do not.
Do you have any idea, any years, months?
Incident, but I don't know the exact year or time or anything.
Do you know the Town Center shooting was a long time ago, about 8 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Charles Jones would have been around 18 at that age. Do you know if he was a gang member around that time?
No, sir. I would imagine, based on my knowledge, he would have at least been an associate, and he represented 6 Block. But I'm not sure of his member status and when he actually became a member of the gang.
Okay. Were you aware of him prior to going into the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And When I See You and Who I Smoke are both from 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're not, in those songs, they're making fun of people, but they're not specifically taking credit for those murders. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Would you also agree that when they're making fun of someone or dissing someone for those murders, they're mainly dissing the fact that that person is dead, so that the way they died isn't as important?
Yes, sir.
So if they had died, for instance, I know they mentioned Rod K or Spaz in a car crash, they may still be the subject of one of those songs.
Yes, sir. They're just making fun of the fact that they're deceased.
And a lot of these, you mentioned, or would you agree that a lot of these shootings that occur in Jacksonville that are involving the gangs are both retaliation and for other reasons?
Yes, sir.
Charles McCormick was shot because of a song, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we saw the Do It video last Thursday. Yungeen Ace, you were able to see that he's wearing an ATK chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that something he wears frequently?
Yes, sir.
And that's obviously in reference to what you believe to be the gang ATK?
Yes, sir.
A lot of these, the murders we're talking about here today and Thursday happened years ago. Were you aware, and before you were a gang detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of any of these murders?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any involvement besides the one that we've talked about, correct? The ones, plural.
Yeah, the ones mentioned before.
Correct.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And is it fair to say in a lot of these cases the witnesses are just uncooperative?
Generally, it's like a 50-50 shot.
And for instance, in Charles Jones, when he was shot in the foot in October of 23, he was uncooperative with police, correct?
To a certain extent.
And is that a main reason why a lot of these remain unsolved?
That and just like lack of evidence.
A lot of the social media and speculation on these songs is a way you were able to claim that these murders are involved in the gang war, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the 3 deaths that Mr. Jones references in When I See You, that was specifically referring to June 5th of 2018, the town center shooting.
Yes, sir.
And we don't know, obviously, how he got that information of why he's claiming that or how he knows who shot them or anything like that, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Sorry, bad question. Obviously, we don't know how Mr. Jones found out about that shooting or what information he has about that shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And the main reason was, again, just them as rival gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the videos, the drill rap videos we've talked about, Isaiah Chance isn't in any of those videos, correct?
The ones we talked about, no, sir, he's not in them.
Okay. And he's not mentioned in the ones we've talked about?
No, sir, he's not.
And he is, in fact, his own artist, correct?
Yes, he is.
Right, Judge, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, very good. Mr. Sonardi?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
When did you become a member of the gang unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It'd be the fall of 2022.
22?
Yes, sir.
So these homicides that you've identified, that is, they're identifying it as Gerard Adams, the town center murders, Adrian, I think Gaines, also known as Bibby, Adrian McKnight, I think is Suge, and Antonio Tilley, I believe goes by Tilley. Those all occurred, is that prior to you becoming a part of a gang unit?
Some of them did, yes, sir, and some of them have not.
Okay. And so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear, there's no evidence whatsoever or suspicion that Davion Murphy was involved in any of those, correct?
No, sir.
No. And did you say that there are at least 30 gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir, approximately 30.
How many of them are you assigned to?
Just the one.
Just 12?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so some of the other ones are assigned to some of these other gangs that, of the remaining 27, I guess, that you're referencing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm trying to understand how it was that the drill rap videos that we heard, I believe it was Who I Smoke, Do It, and there was a third one. Correct? The 3 videos that we listened to?
Yes, sir.
When I See You, I apologize. Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was your job as a gang member in identifying those videos?
So generally, like, how do I break down the video? Is that your question?
Yeah. Well, no, let's start with, how do you know what videos that you want to listen to?
The artist.
Just by the artist?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many rap videos do you think are on YouTube and some of the other social medias?
A lot.
Thousands?
Probably more than that.
More than that, okay. And through those more than thousands of rap videos, how do you identify them by how? How do you identify those that you want to listen to?
By the artist.
By the artist? And
yes,
that I would presume that artists you believe are from the Jacksonville area?
I generally listen to the songs that are related to gang members from Jacksonville, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is your musical background, Detective?
I don't have a musical background.
Do you play an instrument?
No, sir.
All right. But you were assigned to listen to these drill rap videos to try to interpret allegedly what they represent or what they say. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That's part of my daily job.
All right. But with no musical background whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
You play any musical instrument?
No, sir.
Can you read music?
No, sir.
All right. Now, did you use anything to assist you in attempting to interpret what you believe to be these rap videos were depicting?
Yes, sir. I'll use Google or Apple Music.
Right.
The lyrics are posted on there.
If you would explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you say you use Google, how did you use Google?
So if you go on to Google and you type in if the song is like recorded and it's well known, the lyrics will appear on Google. And then instead of trying to listen to it, you can read the lyrics while they sing it.
All right. And is it fair to say, Detective, that if Google did not interpret the lyrics the way you believed they were being sung or rapped, you would change what Google told you, what Google indicated?
No, sir. I wouldn't change Google.
You didn't change Google?
I would not.
Well, would you amend Google?
No, sir. I'm not sure how to do that.
No, what I'm saying is what the interpretation of what Google gave you for that particular drill rap video, did you then change or make amendments to what Google was saying was being rapped?
No, sir. I don't think we're on the same page with this. I just read the lyrics and interpret them myself. Google doesn't tell me what the incidents mean. It just gives me the physical lyrics.
Does Google not interpret what the lyrics, what is being said on the rap video?
No, sir. That's for me to do myself, to interpret what each lyric means.
All right. So it's you and not Google, and Google was for what purpose then?
Google just gives me the lyrics. They don't tell me what they mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we're having a miscommunication here. When you run these rap videos through Google,
yes, sir.
Google prints out what Google believes the lyrics are saying. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It prints out what they believe that the artist is saying through like closed captions, or they're posted by the artist on Google.
And my question to you is that when you listen to those rap videos and your hearing is not consistent with Google, did you change what you believe to be on those rap videos?
No, sir.
You didn't do that?
No, sir.
I'm going to refer you to your deposition of September 24, 2025, page 108, starting at line 7. Well, starting at line 4, I apologize. So these lyrics...
Object, Your Honor, for improper impeachment.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form.
Do you recall that? Do you recall that deposition, Detective?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall this question, page 108, line 4? Okay. So these lyrics, as written, they're not what Google says they are. They're amended to what you say they are. Answer, line 7. What? They're amended to what I heard and what Google has. Question. Well, Google has something, you print it, then you listen to it? Yes. Question. And you make changes to Google Translation? Answer, line 14. But maybe not to the song, but it might be to other songs. I don't know exactly what I did for each song. You changed it? Answer, line 19. I would change it, yes. Do you recall those questions and answers as to your amending the lyrics by Google?
I don't think I'm amending the lyrics by Google.
So your testimony back in September is that you did, and your testimony today is that you did not. Is that accurate?
I think I'm confused on on your question today.
Now the rap video "Do It" that was done by Yungeen Ace, is that how he pronounces it, Yungeen?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done immediately following the homicide of Charles Jones, correct?
It was released right after the homicide, yes, sir.
Within a day or so?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it fair to say that in that rap video that are there claims to the killing of Charles Jones?
Not to my knowledge. I don't, without having the lyrics right in front of me.
Well, was Yungeen Ace ever a suspect initially because of that rap video for the death of Charles Jones?
I'm not sure that answer.
Okay. Prior to Mr. Davion Murphy being taken into custody, you'd had no prior contact with Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, redirect. Please, Ron. Detective, I first want to ask you the questions about Google that you were just asked by Mr. Sonardi. Okay, so let's start there a little bit.
Okay.
When you are interpreting the lyrics from a song, do you listen to the song first and try to articulate what the lyrics in the song mean?
Yes.
Then do you have an opportunity to look at Google and see what, if anything, the translation is that's provided, and more so, really, Apple Music? So whatever lyrics have been input for the specific artist on Apple Music.
Yes.
Do you, as a detective or just as a civilian, have the power or ability to change anything that's on Google or Apple Music?
No.
Is that, as you understood Mr. Sonardi's question, as to whether you edited Google or Apple Music for the lyrics?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I thought he was asking me.
And had you ever edited the lyrics on those platforms when they were incorrect as to whatever the drill raps were actually conveying?
No, ma'am. I've never edited Google or Apple.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to provide the specific lyrics that you had written out for each of the songs to the defense?
Yes.
And during the course of your deposition, were you confronted about those specific lyrics that you had typed out for these songs?
Yes, ma'am.
If Google had misinterpreted or AI had mistranslated whatever that lyric was when it put it on Google or Apple or whatever it was, did you actually articulate what the correct lyric was for the defense in providing those?
To my knowledge, yes.
Is that the only alteration or update that you made to music lyrics as you were describing to us a few moments ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing as it would have related to actually changing anything on Google or Apple Music?
That's correct.
Now, on some of the bigger songs or the bigger artists like Yungeen Ace, for example, are those songs uploaded and Apple Music also applying lyrics to those bigger songs?
Yes, they do.
For the smaller songs, we heard Mr. Isaiah Chance, or Gathright, as a musical artist of his own. Are his songs those which are of the, I guess, volume or popularity that they also get Apple Music that does a translation and all of those things?
I don't believe his songs get translation from Apple.
When you don't have a translation, you do the same process of listening to the song yourself and sitting down and writing down the lyrics word for word?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have the ability then to cross-reference those lyrics to whatever would have been provided by Apple, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. What about the questions that were asked of you as to whether you studied music? Can you identify a musical key like C or G or something like that?
No,
pitch
I can't.
of a musical key?
No, ma'am.
Can you read or hear when you're reviewing these music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the skills that you're utilizing along with the knowledge that you've gained in your position in Jacksonville to translate these songs?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another detective in your gang unit that would be better suited to tell us the date during which or the date on which Charles Jones is actually a documented gang member?
Yes, there is.
And who is that?
Detective McCullough.
Is he specifically assigned to a particular group?
He's assigned to 6 Block and the subsets of 6 Block.
And does 6 Block include Charles Jones?
It does.
You were also asked about social media and your review scene. The individuals that you are observing on social media do something called going live.
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury what that means?
So going live is you go on your social media, and it's an option that you can click, and it shows live feed of what is going on at that time from your either front camera or back camera of your cell phone.
So it's a video recording in real time of the person.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to observe ATK members going live from social media?
Yes.
And during those live sessions or those videos of those members, are you able to see their face?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your prior experience with ATK, are you able to identify them?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you watch these social media feeds or these social media posts, are you documenting either admissions or statements about this gang war that those members are making?
Yes, ma'am.
It is not all just social media posts like a photo that would be uploaded to the Facebook account or Instagram account of a particular member.
Correct.
But that is included in some of the things that you will see on social media. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about some of the prior cases that we identified last week having arise out of Jacksonville. Are those the extent of the homicides that have happened in the gang war back and forth between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
No, ma'am. There's many more.
When you were asked about the killing of Joe Rod Adams, or Spaz, the one that occurred at Rains High School, Robert Howard, one of the witnesses in this case, was in fact convicted in that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were asked about the shooting of, and in that particular case, Mr. Howard is 6 Block, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Spaz is either documented or affiliated to 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the homicide of Adrian Bibby Gaynor, was Mr. Gaynor present with Mr. Howard when the shooting happened at Rains High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And although Mr. Howard, the witness in this case, was arrested a few days later, was Mr. Gaynor arrested?
No, ma'am.
In connection with that case at all?
No, ma'am.
A few months later, when Mr. Gaynor is killed, are you able to identify the person who is ultimately convicted for that homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Hakeem Robinson, goes by Queso.
And what gang is Hakeem Robinson a documented member of?
ATK.
You were asked about Trey D and Bibby and whether they were actually documented members of 6 Block because they were also killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also a question that we should be inquiring of the 6 Block expert, Mr. McCullough?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about the killing of Avery McKnight, or Shug, and whether it occurred off of his bicycle. Are you familiar with the circumstances of that homicide? How it happened?
I don't know the exact details of it.
Are you aware that it was a drive-by shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the facts and circumstances surrounding it were gunshots from a moving vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there victims present outside of that vehicle that were running around?
I'm not sure.
Ultimately, do you learn that the final resting place...
Yeah, you're leading.
Where is Avery McKnight's body found from that homicide?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Gonzalez on direct that he was on a porch. On cross, that he was on a porch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
But do you know where he was when he actually got shot?
No, ma'am.
Do you know any of the facts of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would that have actually been before you came to the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that one of the 2 offenses we spoke about last week that you did not actually respond to?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked about the death of Charles McCormick. Do you have the nickname for that individual?
Little Buck.
And was Mr. McCormick a documented 6 Block member?
Once again, I'm not sure about his membership or associate status, but he was definitely an affiliate of 6 Block.
Who was convicted of Mr. McCormick's murder?
Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, Dominique Barner.
And were those individuals aligned to a certain gang?
ATK.
You're also asked about the homicide of Antonio Tilley that occurred in 2023, the fall of 2023. How many individuals have been arrested thus far for that homicide?
2.
And in the recent months, are there, or is that investigation ongoing?
It is.
Can you exclude the involvement of 6 Block with that murder?
No.
You testified about the attempted murder of Charles Jones, to which you responded to.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gonzalez asked you if that offense was unsolved. Are there any individuals who were arrested for that offense?
Nobody's been arrested.
Have you received information that that offense was forensically linked to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that through the firearms or the ballistics evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Are all of the members that you have documented, or all of the members that you have knowledge of that are documented ATK members, also rappers?
Not all of them.
Some of them are, to be fair. Is that correct?
Yes.
But not everyone repping ATK or wearing an ATK chain can you say you have knowledge of being a musical artist?
That's fair to say.
You were asked about the timing of documenting gang members as well. When is it that you learn of the information necessary to actually document a particular gang member? Is it before or after offenses occur?
It would just depend.
On the circumstances?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were asked a lot about trolling or these music videos, these drill raps just being words. Based on your investigation and your involvement as a gang detective, do these music videos ultimately also result in shootings?
Yes, ma'am.
So in your investigation, there are real-life murders that actually occur on the other side of those music videos being posted?
Correct.
And as you've testified, are those murders also linked to the war between 1200 and ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding we've only talked about several incidents that occurred in Jacksonville based on the time that you've been with the agency or the information that you've obtained with the agency in your role as a gang detective. Have there been at least dozens, if not hundreds, of shootings or murders back and forth during this war?
Yes, ma'am, there's a lot.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
There's a lot, yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused, subject to being recalled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You're
you.
excused for now. All right, state who's your next witness.
Judge, I believe our next witness is Mr. Vega. I think Mr. Harmon went outside just to confirm he's here. I do believe he is here.
All right, we're going to fast forward to Detective Ramos next. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday. All right, let me fast forward over to Detective Ramos. So Detective Nieder and Oliver were from Jacksonville. Detective Ramos was the lead detective in Tampa. So this is, let me just get to him. This is day 3 still. And let me just go over to Detective Ramos. And again, the whole reason we're doing this is just to get our ears back into this trial, our ears, our minds. Just refamiliarize ourselves with this. Maybe hear some testimony that we might have missed because of whatever was going on. And sorry, I'm trying to talk, type, and post at the same time. Sentencing will be Monday. We'll be on probably around 10. And today I'm just focused on the detectives. We're watching the detectives. And then Monday we're going to focus more on some of the victims, some of the shooting victims. So today is more about the detectives, and then Monday we'll focus on the victims and then we'll get ready for sentencing. All right, so day 3, state witness number 19, Detective Juan Ramos, lead detective.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Detective Juan Ramos.
How are you employed?
As a detective for the Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
Since October 13, 2015.
Before joining the Tampa Police Department, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I am currently a homicide detective.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Since February 6, 2024.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to a homicide that occurred at Home to Suites and the Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
Is that Home to Suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
What city is that located?
City of Tampa.
Is that the jurisdiction of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And what county is that hotel located at?
Hillsborough County.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called by my supervisor and told that I would be leading this investigation.
So you were assigned as the lead case detective?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
What are the responsibility of the lead case detective in a homicide case?
So the lead detective basically acts as the person who organizes the entire investigation, oversees the entire investigations. Even though it's a team effort with all the detectives helping out, the lead is ultimately responsible for putting everything together during the investigation.
Depending on the size of an investigation, if it spans into other jurisdictions and other law enforcement agencies, are there other detectives in the homicide unit that assist you with the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there multiple agencies that you sought the assistance of in order to help assist you in identifying the suspects in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And also, are there detectives that are specifically tasked with documenting the crime scene that are known as the crime scene detectives?
Correct.
Did you yourself have a second detective acting as your second in your role as lead detective to help you with this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was your second?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
Who were the crime scene detectives that were assigned to this case?
Detectives David Alverson and Matthew Kirkpatrick.
And were there other detectives such as Detective Taylor Klein who also assisted in helping collect video footage that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though there are other detectives with the homicide unit assisting you in doing different tasks, as the case detective, do they ultimately report back to you their findings and brief you on any evidence that they collect that is relevant to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
When did you respond to the Home to Suites on McKinley Drive?
A little after 6 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
When you arrived, had crime scene and the scene already been secured?
Yes.
Do you receive an initial briefing when you arrive?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from?
Sergeant Portman.
And is he one of the first responding supervisors that was on scene?
Correct.
Are there things that have already been done that you need to be briefed on before you start your role as the lead case detective?
Yes.
Are you briefed as to all of the observations of the first responding officers from the Tampa Police Department and any other responding law enforcement such as the University of South Florida?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Are you told and informed whether or not there were any eyewitnesses or witnesses that were with the victim at the time when the shooting occurs?
Yes, I was.
As the lead case detective, do you interview any of the witnesses, eyewitnesses, formally after you are notified that there are indeed such witnesses?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
When you arrived, was the victim's body still on scene?
It was, ma'am.
What were your initial observations of the crime scene?
I noticed that the crime scene was rather large. It spanned from the south end of Homes to Suites all the way north through the parking lot. It was a joining parking lot that Homes to Suites and Holiday Inn shared, and the victim's vehicle came to rest on the north end of that parking lot. Everything was taped off, and the officers were securing areas. Crime scene was getting ready to process, and then there were several witnesses on standby for me to interview.
And specifically, did you see the victim and the vehicle? Was he still in the vehicle when you responded to the scene?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Was he the only victim that was deceased in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim tentatively identified at that point of the investigation?
Yes, he was.
What information did you learn about the victim's identity and his background?
I learned his name was Charles Jones. However, he went by the stage name of Julio Foolio, and I learned that he was from Jacksonville and that he had been in Tampa that weekend for a performance.
Were there other officers at the Tampa Police Department who, after the victim had been identified, started doing that initial background and research into the victim, Charles Jones?
Yes, correct.
Prior to this investigation, had you any knowledge or had you ever heard of Charles Jones or his nickname Julio Foolio?
No, ma'am.
Based on that information of where he was from, at some point during your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, specifically their gang unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Because it was the early information I got was that there was possible gang involvement, that Mr. Jones was a member of a gang in Jacksonville, so I thought it was pertinent to get up with the gang unit and get some intelligence from them.
Was there someone assigned at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office who was assigned to assist you specifically for this homicide investigation with any information that you may need out of Jacksonville concerning their gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Christopher Drabeck.
I want to talk to you just briefly about jurisdiction of this crime. Since the homicide occurred within the city limits of Tampa, does your agency, the Tampa Police Department, have jurisdiction to investigate the homicide?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
When you call upon other outside agencies to assist in the investigation, is that considered what law enforcement calls an assist of law enforcement agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that Tampa Police Department does if there are crimes that occur in another jurisdiction, but evidence may be needed within the confines of the Tampa Police Department's jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, we would.
And so, for instance, the reverse, if there is evidence that is located in Jacksonville or in Georgia, would you need the assistance of the local law enforcement agencies in that area in order to obtain a search warrant and legally obtain evidence pertinent to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
But still, since this is the investigation, would you be a co-affiant and provide those law enforcement officers with information relevant to the investigation in order for search warrants to be obtained for this specific investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to ask you, do you, as the main case detective, even though you're not the crime scene detective, do you still do a walkthrough of the crime scene and make your own observations so that you have firsthand knowledge of the details of how this homicide occurred?
A general walkthrough, I would lay eyes on the entire scene. However, the detailed specifics would be up to the scene detectives.
Okay. Did you make observations of the victim and his location within the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw and what you took note of?
Yes, the decedent I noted was inside of the vehicle, and it appeared that he was laying over the center console with his torso and upper body in the back seat, and his feet still towards the front passenger seat area.
In the vehicle that he was, did you do any sort of research or confirm who was the registered owner of that black Dodge Charger in which he was located?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the result of that?
The vehicle was registered. The investigation revealed that the vehicle was registered to Sandrika Mays, which was the victim's mother. However, it was the victim's primary daily driver.
I want to ask you about the walkthrough. I think that you briefly kind of described that it was a large area that was encompassed in this crime scene. Were there more than one hotel that was located in that strip where the Home to Suites was located?
Yes.
How many hotels was in that area?
In that specific corner, there's 2, and they share a parking lot, Homes to Suites and Holiday Inn.
Okay. Is there also a La Quinta Inn that is just a little bit further down from that hotel, but again, sharing a common parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make note of the different areas on the crime scene where there was relevant or evidence that was specifically marked by the crime scene investigators as relevant to this case?
Yes.
Were you also at some point notified that there was actual video footage, cameras that were located both at the Home to Suites as well as the Holiday Inn that covered the parking lot and surrounding areas of both of those hotels?
Yes.
Were you also notified that there was a Tesla vehicle that also had captured video footage of the crime itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about the initial interviews. Based on your initial briefings as to the information obtained by first responding police officers, were you notified that there were any persons or eyewitness that traveled to Tampa with the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do any of the interviews on scene at that location at the Home to Suites?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview at that location?
Remaining at that scene when I got there were Armani Turner, her friend Miss Randolph, and Robert Howard.
When did you conduct those interviews?
Approximately within 30 minutes after getting there, I started with Armani Turner and then Miss Randolph and then Mr. Howard back to back.
And we're still on January 23rd of 2024 in the morning hours, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What time specifically, again, did you get on scene?
A little after 6 a.m., so approximately 6:20.
Okay. And you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, Miss Joa Randolph, and Robert Howard. Is that correct?
Correct.
They all had remained on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you are interviewing witnesses, do you interview them together or you separate them?
Separate.
Why do you do that?
Just so we can make sure that we're getting their honest details and we're not mixing up the stories and they're not picking up details from each other.
Did you know the nature of Armani Turner's relationship with the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
I learned it during the interview, yes.
Okay, and who is she and how does she know Charles Jones?
Miss Armani Turner was Charles Jones' girlfriend at the time.
And is all of these interviews, are they sworn? Do you put them under oath before you take their interviews, and do you record them?
Yes, ma'am.
Without going into the content of the interviews of Miss Turner, Miss Randolph, and Mr. Howard, after those interviews were done, did you determine or ascertain how many vehicles were with the victim and the victim's party?
Yes, we were able to determine that at the scene, 3 vehicles in total, the victim's vehicle and 2 vehicles we refer to as entourage vehicles, arrived to the scene prior to the homicide occurring.
On location, was there another vehicle associated with the victim's entourage that was on scene at that Home to Suites?
Yes, Miss Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
Okay. And that was the gray Hyundai Sonata that was parked somewhat close to the Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that that was a vehicle later confirmed to belong to Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
What was the third vehicle that was with the victims?
It was identified as a black Nissan Altima belonging to Tafa McRae.
Now, going back to your briefing from originally from the scene, were there other officers, such as Officer Bernardo De Jesus, who had responded prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And you said that there were other officers who had already done a research on the victim, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you had determined, or that you knew based on that background, that he was from Jacksonville.
Correct.
Did you do any investigation yourself to determine why he was in Tampa that weekend?
Yeah, I learned from De Jesus, who was talking to Jacksonville, that Mr. Jones, that it was his birthday weekend and that he was in Tampa to celebrate his birthday, and in addition to that, he had a paid performance at Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you obtain the victim's Instagram records?
I did.
Prior to that, based on knowing the time frame when he was supposed to be in Tampa, did you yourself look up his Instagram records?
I did.
What was the result of you looking up his Instagram records?
So I went on his Instagram that same day, June 23rd, and on Instagram it'll show you the stories, like the last 24 hours worth of stories, and the result was that there was 9 different posts that he had made within 24 hours, and it tells you how many hours ago they were, and I just documented what I observed in those posts.
And when we're talking about Instagram, do stories, is that something that permanently stays on somebody's Instagram account, or is that something that disappears after it runs for so long?
Yeah, the stories that I was referring to that I watched there, they only last 24 hours. So I took, in order to preserve it, at least immediately, I took a screen recording because in 24 hours I knew that they would be gone.
So you yourself recorded, you played his story and recorded it, made a screen recording of that so that you could capture it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there anything that you can send to Instagram to try to preserve as much of the victim's Instagram account so that you will not lose it based on something disappearing or the company's, whatever their retention policy is regarding stored data?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically a preservation letter.
Did you do this in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And then later, as you previously testified, you then did subpoena the victim's Instagram records. Is that correct?
I did a subpoena and eventually a search warrant, yes.
Good. At this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 95A through D.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, you renew all previously made objections, correct?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections, Mr. Sonardi?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wise?
I was just showing Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay. Very good. And Mr. Petridis? And Mr. Sonardi, you join in Mr. Gonzalez's objection as well?
Correct. We will join in on the objection.
Okay. Same. Thank you. Same ruling from the court. They'll be admitted.
Okay. Judge, we are going to publish States Exhibit 95A.
Okay.
Without playing it for a second, stop it just 1 second, go back. Can you go back to the beginning? Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at your screen. This is 95A. Can you describe what is being shown on this particular, at the beginning screen?
Yeah, so this is the face page to Mr. Jones's Instagram account.
Okay. And where we see Julio Foolio, is there also a profile picture that he has posted that shows up as his profile picture?
Yeah, in the top left there, black and white photo of a gentleman and a lady.
Okay. And does it also show, what is this ESPN 98, and then it has an 8-ball and a heart next to it?
That would be just another kind of identifier they can put.
Speculation, opinion?
Overruled, as long as you know.
Yeah, it's just another account identifier that they can put in.
And anybody, any Instagram user, is that correct, can set up their Instagram profile the way that they deem appropriate. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is how Charles Jones' Instagram profile appears. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can go ahead.
Got me drinking, cuz I don't need drink, Appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take that shit on 3, man. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be playing that. I think we got in trouble last time. Let me fast forward through this.
Florida when this is being posted.
Yeah, so on this specific post, it says 16:29:02 UTC. This was exactly a 4-hour difference from Eastern Standard Time. So this is saying 4:29 p.m. UTC. The actual time would be 12:29 p.m. in Tampa.
Okay, and what is the date?
This one's Friday the 21st.
Okay, and he's posting, what is he posting?
Sending out Airbnb address at 3, start at 4:30 to 5 until we done turning up. DM me or Foolio booking ESPN for Addy.
Okay, and this is 2 days before the 23rd, the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the date and time of this posting?
This one is 7:11 UTC, which would be 3:11 a.m. on Saturday the 22nd, so Friday night going into Saturday morning.
Okay, and what is it a posting? Can you tell us what that is?
This is a picture of a gentleman and a tag of tax-free 52K, so he's tagging a couple other Instagram accounts here, Kenny Cap and 8 Banks.
Okay. And then later in your investigation, did you know who the nickname Kenny K or Kenny Caps is for?
Yes, Robert Howard.
Okay. Then I'm going to go to 95B4. When is this posted?
This one is Saturday the 22nd, 6:20 p.m. UTC, 2:20 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Okay, and then can you tell us what is the posting of?
Another party happening on Saturday, 5 to 6 o'clock, pool party at Folio Bookings, ESPN.
And this one is the day before the homicide?
Yes.
And then this, when is this posted?
This one's posted at 8:58 p.m. UTC, 4:58 Eastern Standard on the Saturday the 22nd.
Okay. Again, the day before the homicide, and does it also have a tag location?
Yes, Tampa, Florida.
Now we're going into the day of the homicide. When is this posted? On June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, this is 3:07 a.m. UTC, would be 11:07 p.m. Eastern Standard on Saturday the 22nd.
Okay. And do you recognize this from the story that you yourself were viewing on June 23rd of 2024 from the victim's Instagram page?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to go further down, and when you see this play, does this indicate that this is actually a video that's being posted on Charles Jones' Instagram page?
Correct.
And that looks like that matches up to the video that you yourself were able to record in his stories, Instagram stories.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, June 23rd. I know that this is small. Let me enlarge it a little bit for you. When is this being posted?
4:16 a.m. UTC, approximately 16 minutes after midnight on the 23rd, Sunday the 23rd.
And again, is this another video that the victim had posted to his account on 95B7?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, this is set from the Instagram records, states 95BA. When was this posted on the victim's Instagram account?
4:27 a.m. UTC would have been 27 minutes after midnight Eastern Standard on Sunday the 23rd.
And again, does this indicate it was another video by this pointer down at the bottom?
Correct.
And you see that at Miss Lee is on the header of the video?
Mizzle, yes.
Mizzle, I apologize. And again, do you recognize that as being one of the stories that you yourself screen recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, 95B9. When was this posted on the victim's Instagram account?
5:34 a.m. UTC would have been 1:34 a.m. Eastern Standard on Sunday the 23rd.
Again, another Instagram video that the victim posted that you saw on his stories, Instagram stories.
Correct.
That mentioned the Airbnb.
Yes.
95B10. When was this video posted on the victim's Instagram?
5:41 a.m. UTC would have been 1:41 a.m. Sunday the 23rd.
And 95B10, that shows also him writing best birthday ever, appreciate everybody who pulled up, we turned out. Is that correct? Did you also recognize that from his Instagram stories?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then 95B11, when was that posted?
This one was posted at 7:30 a.m. UTC, would have been 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard, Sunday the 23rd.
And these are the timestamps that are being documented by the Instagram company itself. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you're viewing it on your computer as a viewer, you were referring to 14 hours, 17 hours. Is that correct? And these are actual timestamps that are provided by Instagram as to the actual date and time when the user, Mr. Jones, is posting it. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then states 95B12. When is this being posted on Charles Jones' Instagram?
This one's being posted 7:28 a.m. UTC, so it would be 3:28 a.m. Sunday the 23rd.
The night of the homicide before he's killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, this is the video, and do you recognize it as the video that you saw on his Instagram stories?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Had the victim advertised that he was coming to Tampa prior to his Instagram stories when he was actually in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 95C1. Yes, so you can see all of it. This was again from the victim Charles Jones official Instagram records. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is States 95C1. Is this the advertisement of him coming to teasers?
Yes, correct. On June 14th, 2024, Mr. Jones's account posted this flyer advertising the performance he would have at 97 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida, teasers.
And so this date down here, I think you already said it, June 14th of 2024 is when this actually was posted to Charles Jones' Instagram account. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not only does it say that he will be at Teasers, does it actually give the address and location of where Teasers is located?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And how much time before Charles Jones actually came down to Tampa, Florida, would that have been?
The 14th to 23rd, so approximately 2 weeks.
So there another. I'm going to show you C12. Is that another posting on the victim's Instagram account?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And again, does it give the date and time of when he is going to be appearing at Teasers?
Yes, it does.
during the course of your investigation into this homicide back there on scene on June 23rd of 2024, did you learn that there were other victims that did not die in this case?
I did.
And who were those victims?
There were 3 other victims that sustained injuries during the shooting. They were Xavier Edwards, Gino Norris Jr., and Camilla Bentley.
Did you attempt to do an interview of Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Where was she located?
She was at Advent Health Hospital. Unfortunately, I was unable to interview her because by the time I got there, she had checked herself out against medical advice.
Had her parents already arrived and picked her up?
Yes, she was gone.
So you did not have the opportunity to take her interview, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Then did you go to the location, the hospital where Xavier Williams and Gino Norris were?
Xavier Edwards and Gino Norris, yes.
Where were they located at?
The Tampa General Hospital.
Were you able to conduct an interview with Gino Norris?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence. States 25B. You recognize him?
Yes, that's Gino Norris.
And you said that you conducted an interview with him, is that correct?
Correct.
What type of injuries did Mr. Norris sustain?
He was suffering from a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Did you also attempt to take an interview of Xavier Edwards?
Yes, I tried to interview Mr. Edwards, but unfortunately he was in surgery at the time, and I was also unable to interview him.
Do you know what sort of injuries that Xavier Edwards sustained?
Yes, he also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm. I believe it was several to his right upper arm and a grazing to his head as well.
Now, going back to Advent Hospital where Camilla Bentley was located, at some point during the course of your investigation, were you made aware that she had been taken to that hospital by a witness by the name of Tafa McCray?
Yes.
Did you make contact with Tafa McCray?
I did.
When did you make contact with Mr. McCray?
The morning of the 23rd, it would have been after I left the scene, so approximately 8 or 9 in the morning.
And was Mr. McCray, was he cooperative in your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn that the vehicle that Mr. McCray was in and Camilla Bentley and Alicia Albritton was at another location other than the hospital?
Yes, correct.
Where was it located at?
It was located 1 block north of Advent Hospital. It was a residential neighborhood, very first block north of the hospital.
Okay. Did you ever respond to that apartment complex on Gates Drive?
I did.
I'm going to show you again what's already in evidence, and this was a vehicle that was represented to you that Tafa McCray and Camilla Bentley and Alicia, I'm sorry, I keep saying Alicia, Miss Aaliyah Albritton was located in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you 29A. What is that of?
That is a picture of Tafa McCray's Nissan Altima in the center there.
And did it have damage to this vehicle?
Yes, collision damage there on the driver's side front bumper.
And is it Tafa McCray who ultimately led you, as well as other officers from the Tampa Police Department, to the location of where this vehicle was?
Yes.
And this apartment complex on Gates Drive, how close was that to Advent Hospital where Camilla Bentley had been taken?
Just 1 block north.
And I know that Alicia, I keep saying Alicia, I apologize. Okay. I know that Aaliyah Albritton was not at Advent Hospital, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to ever interview Aaliyah Albritton while she was in Tampa that weekend?
No.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with Aaliyah Albritton?
I did.
How did you do that?
I identified a number for her and called her and spoke to her over the phone.
Okay, and without going into the content of your conversation, was she willing and cooperative and able to answer questions about what occurred in Tampa and what she did and what she saw while she was here?
Yes.
Did you also note that there was gunshot damage to the black Nissan Altima that Camilla Bentley had been in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 29D and what is located in 29D.
This is the rear window of Tampa McRae's Nissan Altima, depicting two apparent gunshot strikes to the rear window.
And because this was involved in the homicide and there was damage and there was also the victim, Camilla Bentley, that was located in it, did you have crime scene investigators respond to this location to document, take photographs, and collect evidence from Tampa McRae's black Nissan Altima?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29R. Again, his address being redacted, but was this the registration showing that the car belonged to Tampa McRae?
This is actually a W-2, however,
I apologize.
It does have Mr. McRae's name on it. It was found in the vehicle.
Another document showing that this vehicle was his and in his possession. His items were located within the vehicle.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Correct.
During the course of the Nissan Altima being processed and collected, was there a firearm that was recovered from the Nissan Altima?
Two firearms.
Two firearms. And were they collected and processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any indication that anyone from the victim's party, the victim's entourage, that any of them had fired any weapons during the course of this incident?
At this point, I'd view the video. There was no evidence that anyone on the victim's side used guns or fired back at the assailants.
And as the case detective, do you decide or make decisions which items would be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing, for ballistic analysis, and are there requirements from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for what items can be sent off for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there are no indications that a firearm has been fired, would the Florida Department of Law Enforcement test those items?
No, they wouldn't.
And when we say that there were two firearms located in the black Nissan Altima, what type of guns were they?
There were two pistols.
Okay. So they were not assault rifles, is that correct?
No, they weren't.
And you were aware of the 9mm shell casings that were collected from the crime scene, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many total shell casings, 9mm, not from the assault rifles, but 9mm shell casings were left on scene?
We recovered 31 9mm shell casings at the scene.
And you said that you were made aware of and notified of the video footage obtained from Home to Suites and the Tesla, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you watch that video?
I did.
Approximately how many times during the course of this investigation did you watch and study that video?
Countless.
And in watching that video, could you determine where the firearm, the person holding the handgun, the pistol, not the assault rifles, where that person was when he was firing that gun?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's evidence.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
And so pertinent to your investigation and what items of firearms to submit to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Office for testing is knowing what type of ballistics are left behind at the scene. Is that part of your decision-making process and part of the protocol at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement when submitting items to be tested?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And based on viewing the video and the collection of evidence from crime scene, could you see the general location of where the person, the only person holding a pistol, a handgun, where that person was firing?
Yes.
Did crime scene specifically locate shell casings in that general vicinity that were consistent with being fired from a handgun?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And all of those were accounted for, I think you said 31, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were 30 of those 9mm shell casings, were they turned over to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Why was that?
The ATF has the best DNA collection, so it's very difficult to recover DNA on casings, and they have the most modern technology. So we specifically collected the 30 casings for the ATF to use that technology in order to try to extract DNA from it.
Okay. And when you are looking at a crime scene and items to submit for DNA testing, for ballistic analysis, do you review all of the items collected from the home to suites, from all the crime scene investigation, all the photographs that they take photographs of, as well as all of the physical items of evidence, including any swabbings for DNA? Do you take a look at all of those items to see whether or not there are any indications or any reason to submit those items for testing?
I would, yes.
Were there any items based on the evidence that was collected and viewing the video evidence, were there any other items that the shooters left behind on that scene that you could review or that was possibly collected from crime scene that you could submit for testing for identification purposes?
No.
So those 9mm shell casings were submitted to ATF to give you, I'm sorry, what did you say, for DNA testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, did you say that that could possibly be the best chance of getting DNA evidence off the shell casings?
Correct.
Okay. Was one of those shell casings, the 9mm of the 31, was one of them saved to be used for ballistic analysis in this case, in case there were additional shell casings found at a different scene, or a firearm that was eventually found so that it could be compared and analyzed to our shell casings that were found here in Tampa?
Yes.
And did you submit that one shell casing that was collected with the group of 31 to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing and analysis to other shell casings that were later collected as part of the investigation in this case?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Now, I've asked you about the Home to Suites video. You said that you have looked at it and studied it numerous times. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you responded to the Home to Suites on June 23rd of 2024, were you made aware of that video footage as early as that in the investigation, June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you watch that video on scene?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you watch it on scene?
Approximately a dozen times.
Were you also apprised or notified of the Tesla video?
Yes.
Did you also watch that on scene?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Based on reviewing that video footage as well as the video footage from Home to Suites, could you determine, or did you, what were, if any, vehicles that were relevant to your investigation?
Yeah, from the combination of the Home to Suites footage and the Tesla footage, we were able to identify two suspect vehicles that arrived in short proximity to each other, and three shooters that got out of one of the suspect vehicles.
Now, you said that there were two suspect vehicles that you said were important to your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Early on, were you able to identify the make and model of those vehicles?
Yes, we were able to get enough of an image where we can make a model and color out.
And did you actually utilize the assistance of Detective Skull in helping you identify make and model of one of the suspect vehicles?
Yes.
And was he able to provide you with assistance as to the make and model of one of those vehicles?
Yes.
And why did you go to Detective Skull?
Just multiple detectives helping out in the case, so he was helping me with the vehicle search. We wanted to conduct a license plate reader search, and he was helping with that.
And in order to do that, do you have to narrow down as best you can make, model, and year of the potential vehicle?
Yeah, the more accurate information, year, make and model, that'll help narrow down the amount of results you're going to get back in a search like that.
And early on, just from viewing the video footage from Home to Suites, what did you narrow it down to the possible 2 suspect vehicles? What information did you utilize in trying to then locate license plate for each one of those vehicles?
So based off the description, we were able to narrow down an approximate year range, because basically all vehicles are made in year increments. So we were able to narrow down the Impala to being roughly early 2000s, between 2005 to 2012, black Chevy Impala LTZ, and then the silver Chevy Cruze we were able to narrow down was a late 2000s, approximately 2000 teens silver Chevy Cruze.
And when we're narrowing it down even to a range of years, is that because auto manufacturers, that people that make the car, change body styles over a span of time?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
When you had that information, how did you go about trying to identify the license plate and the potential registered owner of the vehicle?
What I did was I asked the civilian analysts, anybody who could help or who had access to these license plate reader databases. We basically conducted a very large and intense license plate reader search, having the input of the year, make, model range to try to identify any vehicles that would fit coming from Jacksonville or coming to Tampa during this time frame.
And that's what I wanted to ask you, what kind of parameters that you put in. And so when you are putting in parameters to try to possibly locate the specific vehicles, you said that you were utilizing the location, is that correct? A vehicle traveling from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Location, date, and time, yes.
And based on doing that, were you able to narrow it down and find vehicles that fit that description?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a little bit about license plate reader recognition and that technology behind that.
Sure.
So can you tell the jury about license plate reader and recognition and the databases and the different companies that store that type of information?
Yes. So basically, jurisdictions all over the state of Florida, cities, counties, and the state of Florida itself, they maintain cameras throughout all the roadways, local roads, highways, and these cameras are constantly scanning license plate numbers, and law enforcement has access through several platforms, the companies that service the jurisdictions. Mainly in this case, we use 3 companies, Vigilant, Recor, and Flock. They gave us almost all of our hits, and as law enforcement, we have access to those databases, and we would search on those databases to see if a certain license plate hit and where, date and time, location that it hit.
And depending on where the vehicle may be, there are different companies that encompass different areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned 3 companies that are utilizing license plate readers in Florida.
Correct.
In fact, there are license plate readers and companies all over the U.S. that have this kind of technology and store this kind of data. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And specifically going to Florida, I want to ask you, these license plate readers, what kind of buildings, structures, or even cars and mobile capability, where are the placement of these license plate readers?
They're mainly on poles on the side of the road. However, the Vigilant has some of the cameras mounted on tow trucks. So as these tow trucks drive through parking lots, the camera is actually scanning vehicles that are in parking lots or on residential or in driveways, stuff like that.
And that's when it's on a mobile device, is that correct?
Correct.
When it is on a stationary, whether it's on a pole or a building or covering an interstate, on something that is physically a structure, anytime that scanner recognizes a license plate, does it take a photograph of the license plate?
It does.
And what other information does that license plate reader, what does it record and document?
It's going to document the the jurisdiction that maintains the camera, the date and time that the image was captured, the vehicle was passing by there, GPS coordinates, and sometimes it gives you an approximate make or model or color of the vehicle.
Okay. And when it's taking a photograph of the license, obviously depending on how quickly or how fast that vehicle is moving as it's going back and forth, or as it is traversing the scanner, the camera of the license plate reader, that can affect the image that is captured. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the image may be blurry.
Blurry or partial.
Or sometimes the image is very clear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said all of this gets uploaded into a database.
Yes, ma'am.
And then are you, as law enforcement, are you able to search, once you identify a tag, are you able to search this system, this database for that tag?
Yeah, I myself have access to the accounts along with other detectives and the analysts, yes.
Okay. And it will bring up to you every hit where that car has gone by or that license tag has gone by. Is that correct?
Correct.
And actually been scanned?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you were, based on the make and the model and the year, you were able to significantly narrow it down, and also based on potential travel.
Correct.
And did you limit down and actually determine the tag of the black Chevy Impala?
I did.
And who does the black Chevy Impala that is depicted at the homicide location, who's the registered owner for the black Chevy Impala?
Defendant Sean Gaithright's mother, Damali Lyle.
And what is the tag for that?
68DLWD.
And there were other members of the Tampa Police Department that actually made contact at some point during the investigation with Damali Lyle. Is that correct?
Yeah, Detective Dave Alverson spoke to Damali Lyle, yes.
And you said that she was the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where does Damali Lyle, where does she reside?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And then what about the silver Chevy Cruze? Were you able to determine who was the registered owner of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And who was the registered owner?
Jasmine and Glennon.
And did you yourself conduct an interview with Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
Okay. Again, without going into the substance of that interview, was there a relationship with Jasmine Glennon to any of the defendants in this case?
Yes, she was related to defendant Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And do you know the nature of that relationship?
She has a child in common with defendant Rashad Murphy's brother, Shaheem Murphy.
Okay. And do you also know whether or not Rashad Murphy is also related to Davion Murphy, another defendant in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the nature of their relationship?
They're cousins.
Where does Jasmine Glennon reside?
In Jacksonville as well.
After you determined what the license plate was and the registered owner, then did you do a search of both of those license plate readers for that time period, including June 23rd and the time span days before when those two vehicles may have traveled to Tampa from Jacksonville?
Correct.
And when did you determine that those two vehicles were traveling to Tampa based on that search of license plate readers?
The two vehicles came down from Jacksonville on Saturday the 22nd together approximately 4:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They left Jacksonville and then they arrived into Tampa approximately 7:50-ish.
And sir, did you, based on searching for both those vehicles, were there points in time where both of those vehicles appeared to be traveling in tandem?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we are going to introduce into evidence states 46A through C.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Your Honor, can I just take a look briefly?
Sure. Let's do this. It's 3:38. Let's just take a quick 10-minute afternoon break, okay? Then we'll come back.
All right.
All right, we can certainly fast forward through this.
These are the ones you have seen.
Let me just get us queued up here. So yeah, so again, sentencing is on Monday,
Just want to make sure you.
and we will be going on Monday morning. Today we're just focusing on the detectives, and then Monday morning I want to switch over more towards the victims, and then that will lead us, and we'll show the verdict, and that will lead us into their sentence.
All right.
Okay.
Ramos, before going into the license plate readers, when did you obtain the corresponding information during the course of your investigation of the license plate readers?
June 25th, 2024.
So a couple of days after the case occurred, is that correct?
Yeah, we searched for a couple of days before we finally identified the two suspect vehicles.
Prior to that, I know that I had specifically asked you whether or not there was somebody assigned in Jacksonville to assist you in this investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had said that that was the Christopher Drabeck with the gang unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And back on June 23rd of 2024, did you make contact with Detective Drabeck starting to investigate possible connections to Jacksonville and Jacksonville gangs?
Yes.
And without going into the content of that conversation, did you get information from him pertinent to this investigation?
I did.
And you had that information before finding the registered owners of the vehicles, is that correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I introduced states 46A through C. I think you were asking defense if they had any objections.
Yes, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis? No, Your Honor. Okay, it's admitted.
State also introduces State Exhibit, Composite Exhibit 80, States Exhibit 81, and States Exhibit 82.
Any objection to 80, 81, or 82, Mr. Gonzalez?
I said, yeah, 46.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? They're all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, I am going to show you 46A, and I am going to enlarge it so that everybody can see it. And first of all, I want to ask you, I'm going to go to the right of the photograph. What is being depicted in this photograph?
This is the silver Chevy Cruze being depicted in the top right there.
Okay. And this 308 NRI, that is the tag owner belonging to Jasmine Glennon, is that correct?
Correct.
And the license plate that is on the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Were there any sort of uniqueness to the silver Chevy Cruze that you found when examining the video footage from Home to Suites?
Yes, we were able to observe visible damage on the rear passenger side of the silver Chevy Cruze.
And was that rear passenger damage when that silver Chevy Cruze was eventually located by law enforcement agencies, was that confirmed to be on the silver Chevy Cruze that was owned by Jasmine Glennon?
Yes, correct.
And we've talked about license plate readers. Is this example of, is this a photo taken and captured by a license plate reader?
Correct.
And I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. And can you tell me, there's a heading called Capture Details, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that too blurry, or do I need to?
No, I can see it.
Okay. Can you tell us what is the information reflected of when this particular photo of the silver Chevy Cruze was license plate 308 NRI on State's Exhibit 46A? What do we know about when this photograph was taken?
The information on the bottom there would have the plate numbers, the system name. This was at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms, and the capture time, June 22nd, 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard, and then the name of the camera.
And this is just one of the examples to show one of the license plate readers that you have utilized. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's just one of the hits of the many we found.
Okay. And so then I'm going to go over to this map. And again, can you tell us what is being depicted on this map on States Exhibit 46A? And again, if you need me to enlarge it, let me know.
Yeah, so this is a list of all of the hits that we found applicable, actually not all of them, most of them, that we found applicable from during our time frame of the murder.
Okay. And when you have, so you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, are those all separate locations where that license plate for the tag to the silver Chevy Cruze was detected by a license plate reader?
Correct. The letters are chronological order, and what we're showing in this demonstrative is the travel from, starting with A from Jacksonville down to Tampa and back to Jacksonville.
Okay. And I know that what I'm going to do is have you stand up. I know that there is a larger diagram behind you so that all the jury can see. Sure. Can you go down starting from A and point out the locations and give us the date and time and the address, the location of where this silver Chevy Cruze license plate is showing up in its pathway of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Sure. So starting with A, this is Friday night, the 21st at 7:58 p.m. And we can see that it's in Jacksonville still on Friday night. Going into the early hour mornings of Saturday the 22nd at 6:01, CR 329 Highway 41. That's still in the general up north area.
And Detective, so I could stop you.
Sure.
You designated the letter. Is there a corresponding letter that actually shows the location on the map?
Correct.
And so you just gave us A, and that is showing it's still in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Correct. And then as we get into the evening of Saturday 22nd, 1809, which is 6:09 p.m., and then 1947, we see C and D. So by Saturday...
and I want to stop you because I think
Sure.
B is... So we have blue coming down, and I know that one is covered up by C. Can you tell us what letter that is?
That one's B.
Okay, so we have B there that you can't really see, but it's covered up by C, but that's the path of travel for B. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then C is right there?
Yes.
Okay, and did you already give us the time and location for C?
Correct.
Okay, and then where's the next one, D, which is now down here in Tampa?
Correct. Yeah, D's right here, D and E, and by this point the vehicle is in the Tampa area, and we can see those hits here.
Yeah, can you, just for the record, so the record is clear, when it is D, what is the time, date, and location?
7:47 p.m., Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms Boulevard on Saturday the 22nd.
Okay, and then go to E.
Yes, so E, this is the early morning hours of Sunday the 23rd, 3:42 a.m. The vehicle is hitting off a license plate reader at Hillsborough and North 15th here in the Tampa Bay area.
Okay, and after reviewing the Home to Suites video footage from the homicide scene and doing the calculation for the correct time, where are we now in relation to when the homicide occurs in Tampa?
This is approximately 1 hour before the homicide and hitting off Hillsborough 15th.
Okay, and then go to F.
This is Sunday the 23rd at 6:02 p.m. We're now back north of Gainesville on the way back to Jacksonville.
And this is after, of course, the homicide occurred, correct?
Correct.
And then G, back here, what is the location and address and time of when the silver Chevy Cruze is hitting off a license plate reader reflected in G?
6:41 p.m. on Sunday the 23rd, hitting at Lane Avenue and Manitowoc Avenue back in the Jacksonville area.
And did you do the same thing for the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
And again, you gave us the license plate as 68DLWD, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is the one that came back to the registered owner of defendant Sean Gathright's mother?
Correct.
going to show you 46B. And again, going over to the right of the Exhibit 46B, what is being shown in 46B in the photograph?
So the top left there is a picture of the suspect black Chevy Impala.
Okay. And here, is that the capture of the license plate?
Correct.
And again, sometimes those images, depending on how quickly or how fast the vehicle is moving, they can be blurry.
Correct.
And what is reflected in the license plate detection details regarding time, date, and location? And let me enlarge it for you. Okay, go ahead.
So this is just one of the hits, and it has the license plate, and then you'll have the capture time and date. Specifically, this one's at 7:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at June 22nd, 2024. The agency that maintains the camera is Hillsborough County, and it has some the GPS coordinates to it at the bottom right there.
And then we're going to go back to the left side of State's Exhibit 46B, the map and the corresponding locations of when the license plate readers are picking up the black Chevy Impala's license plate. Again, can we start with A? Where is that location at?
So A, the 6:22, 5:05 p.m., that's going to be up there, the dot closest to Jacksonville. So at 5:05 p.m. on the 22nd, it's in the Jacksonville area. And then B is going to be the next stop down, just south of Gainesville there, correct? At 6:09 p.m. And then C and D are the two dots right into the Tampa area there.
Okay. At some point, do you do a larger search and then try to locate and isolate when the two vehicles appear to be traveling in tandem, close in time to one another?
Correct.
And when we say that, we mean that they are hitting the same license plate reader in a relatively very short period of time. Is that correct?
Within a minute of each other, they're hitting at the same readers, yes.
I'm going to show you 46C, and then again, did you do a same mapping and diagram of when both vehicles are traveling, including when they're traveling in tandem for a longer period of time?
Correct.
Sorry, and I know it's kind of small. I think I'm going to enlarge it and then just go up and down. Okay, starting at the top, can you, again, what is we now have A through J. What are these locations? Are they for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yeah, so when we first capture them traveling in tandem is actually this E622 1809 Highway 326 Gainesville Road, and that's going to be south of Jacksonville, in between in this area right here. These dots just south of Gainesville.
When the vehicles appear to be traveling down from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Correct. We see the blue and red dot here. That's signifying that both of those vehicles hit within 1 minute apart from that same plate reader.
Okay. And what is the time? Let's start with E, and then I'm going to go down to where it corresponds on the black Chevy Impala.
So on the Cruze, it's 1809 hours just south of Gainesville, and on the Impala, it's also 1809 hours just south of Gainesville.
And then what is the next point in time where they appear to be traveling close in time together?
The very next time we see them close in time together is at 7:45 p.m. at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms Boulevard on Saturday the 22nd. And those are some dots here off near Tampa. But they hit, the Chevy Impala hits at 7:45 and the Cruze hits at 7:47.
So within 2 minutes?
Correct.
And they are going off of the exact same license plate reader?
Correct.
Okay, and when is the third time when they appear to be, and again, I know in the first map that we showed, we did not show the black Chevy Impala in Tampa, and this particular mapping, we do actually have it hitting off a license plate reader in Tampa at the same time, close in time, within 2 minutes as the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct. On June 23rd, so at approximately 3:41 a.m., the Black Impala hits at Hillsborough and 15th, and at 3:42, that same plate reader, the Silver Cruise, hits.
And
So
again, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to
1
interrupt.
hour before the murder, both cars hit in Tampa. Yes.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you, the time reference to the homicide. And then if you can, generally the location, that Hillsborough Ave location, how far is that from the home to suites located on McKinley?
Approximately a couple miles.
And then the ones highlighted in yellow are when they are hitting in tandem, is that correct? Or
Correct.
close in time?
Correct.
The other locations just show different areas where they are hitting, is that correct?
Correct. So for the Black Impala, E through J, post-murder, the Black Impala went towards Polk County, not Jacksonville.
And that becomes relevant in your investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can go ahead and sit down. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about
Sure.
some of these license plate readers. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 82. And these are from Recor. Was that one of the companies that has license plate readers in Tampa?
Correct.
I'm going to show you first on page for State Exhibit 80.
80 or 82?
It's 80, Judge, I believe. Nope, you're right. It's 82. I apologize. State's Exhibit 80, the first page. Can you tell us, is this the image?
Okay, so is it 80 or 82? Because you said State's Exhibit 82, but then you
It's
call it...
82.
Okay, it's 82. You keep saying 80. Okay.
I apologize.
82.
82, Judge.
Thank you.
Going to 82, Detective Ramos, can you tell us, starting at the top image, what is being reflected by plate, vehicle, and details?
Yeah, so just a correction. The Silver Cruise plate is 30B, as in boy. In order to capture all of the captures, we had to play with B and 8 to make sure that we caught all of the hits on it. So as you can see here, even though the search just says 308, we can see from the photo it's 30B NRI. So these are hits for the suspect Silver Cruise.
Okay. And the 3, just so we're clear, 30B NRI, that is the registered owner, is that correct, that you have already described?
Jasmine Glennon's Silver Chevy Cruise, correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. And then can you tell us again, so there's a close-up of, Recor does a close-up of the license plate if it's captured, as well as a further shot of the vehicle, and then it gives the detail. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, then can we start at the top for, again, 30B, the license plate belonging to Jasmine Glennon and the Silver Chevy Cruise, when that is captured on the first image on top?
So that one's captured at 3:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday, June 23rd at Hillsborough and 15th.
And we have the actual image of the vehicle as it's passing the license plate reader. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then to the left is a close-up of, or an enlarged view of the actual license plate from the photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we've already done the top one that is hitting off Hillsborough and 15th. And then the second image.
That one's 2:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 23rd, also off of the same plate reader at Hillsborough and 15th.
Okay. And then the bottom.
This one is Saturday, June 22nd, 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms.
And in this case, you have a clearer picture of the vehicle itself, but the license plate is more blurry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the second page of this exhibit, is that just an enlarged photograph provided by the company to show that, again, that Bruce B. Downs location, June 22nd, 7:46. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, State's Exhibit 82, the June 22nd, it's not showing up, 7:45 p.m. Where is it at?
Also at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. And this is the Black Impala.
Okay. And again, you can see the license plate over there.
68DLWD, yes, ma'am.
Again, showing it in Tampa, Florida during this time period, June 22nd, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
And then what license plate is here? June 23rd, 2024.
This is the Silver Cruise, again, at Hillsborough 15th at 2:38 a.m.
Okay, this showing the photograph and then an enlargement of the license plate itself.
Correct.
And again, even though it says 308 NRI, it is 30B NRI. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then going to State Exhibit 80, the flock cameras. Again, just to show an example of the flock cameras. Again, this is the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is the way flock cameras or license plate detail records appear, is that correct?
Correct.
Gives a photograph, tag, and then a map location.
Correct.
And then provides the details underneath.
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala's license plate hitting off of at this at June 22nd at 9:51 p.m. UTC time?
So this one's actually at 5:05 p.m. Is the local for Eastern. So 9:05 UTC, 5:05 p.m. and this is in at CR 301 and CR 225 Lottie southbound. So it's just south of Jacksonville on its way down.
On its way down, path of travel. And this one reflects both UTC as well as standard Eastern time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
So just a little bit different, but same type of information that is being reflected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, flock camera, black Chevy Impala license plate photograph of the car. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the location and time frame when this is hitting off this license plate reader?
So Eastern Standard Time is 7:39 p.m. and this one's just outside north of Tampa.
So by this time, the vehicle is already in Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Different companies, but they reflect and record the similar detail information.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I believe you also said Vigilant Cameras provided some of the license plate readers.
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. And at some point during the course of your investigation, did a BMW with the license 53EDYN play a role in your investigation?
Yes.
Who did you identify the tag 53EDYN belonging to?
This vehicle is registered to defendant Isaiah Chance.
And during, while searching vehicle detection, license plate reader information, at some point, did Isaiah Chance become a suspect or a person of interest in your investigation?
Yes.
And early on in your investigation, did you try to make connections between the different suspects that are involved in this particular case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, again, going to States 81. This is a license plate reader for a vehicle, BMW, where the defendant, Isaiah Chance, is the registered owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
And, sorry, I just want to make sure. Vigilant, the records provided by Vigilant, again, same information, just appears a little bit different, correct?
Correct.
And so what is being shown in the image, the photograph in the right-hand side of the picture of the document?
That's Isaiah Chance's BMW.
Okay. And it also provides mapping, is that correct? Corresponding mapping as well as date and time information.
Correct.
And what is the date and time where the BMW is being reflected on this license plate reader?
So this is May 28, 2024, approximately 1 month before the homicide.
Okay, and the significance to this investigation, what address is this license plate reader picking up the BMW at this time?
So what was significant to us in this hit was the Victoria Lakes Drive address. This is Sean Gaithright's address in Jacksonville. So Isaiah Chance's car photographed outside of Sean Gaithright's house.
So is this the beginning of the early on in the investigation where you're able to place one of the defendant's vehicles in another suspect's driveway?
Correct.
And again, is this another hit for that same BMW?
Yes.
And what is the time and location where it is again at the same address, Victoria Lakes Drive, the address of Sean Gathright?
3:39 a.m. on May 28th.
And did you check for and get all of the hits of when it was at that location?
Yes.
Okay, and when is it reflected here?
9:35 p.m. May 1st.
Same license plate BMW belonging to Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
And in this one?
9:28 p.m. on April 22nd, 2024.
Same address, same location, SeanGathright's residence?
Correct.
And here?
This one's February 29th, 2024 at 9:16 p.m.
Same address?
Yes.
And here?
Again, February 29th, 2024, 9:16 p.m.
And here?
January 19th, 2024 at 12:43 p.m.
And this is a daylight image, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
In this image, can you clearly see the color and that it is a BMW?
Correct.
And there's a good clear picture of the tag?
Correct.
And, I'm sorry, same address?
Yes, Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And this part of the document?
December 13th, 2023 at 10:31 p.m. Same BMW at the same address.
And here?
This is the silver Chevy Cruze on Saturday the 22nd at 6:01 p.m.
Also provided by this particular company, is that correct?
Yes, this is was with the Vigilant batch.
And where is it, and what is the date and time reflected?
So this is on the way down from Jacksonville, Saturday the 22nd, 2024 at 6:01 p.m. and it's at Highway 329 and U.S. Highway 441 in Citra, Florida.
And this was one of the addresses that you provided on that mapping, is that correct?
Correct.
And then again, the silver Chevy Cruze, where is it, and the date and time?
Yeah, this is just a few minutes later, another camera further south from the last one, 6:09 p.m. Eastern Standard on Saturday, June 22nd.
Now we're going to the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Yeah, off that same camera, the black Impala also at 6:09 p.m. on Saturday, the 22nd.
So depending on the area and the region of the Chevy, of the license plate reader, that is dependent on what company is capturing it, is that correct?
Yeah, it just depends on what the agencies in that area are using.
And again, another Vigilant.
Yes, so this one's out of Polk, post-murder, June 25th at 4 p.m., the black Impala.
At some point after you had determined the make, model, and the registered owner of each vehicle, what did you do with that information?
So since we identified them as our suspect vehicles that were present at our homicide scene, what I did was I put them into the state and national database as felony wanted vehicles, so that if any law enforcement officer ran that tag, they would be notified that those vehicles were wanted in relation to our murder.
And during the course of your investigation, did you get alerted as to when those vehicles were located?
Yes.
Let's first start talking about the black Chevy Impala. Now, we had just seen a license plate reader that showed it in Polk County, is that correct?
Right.
At some point during the course of your investigation, are you notified by law enforcement authorities, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, that they have seen that vehicle?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred in the morning of June 26, 2024.
And based on that, did you have other members of the Tampa Police Department respond to that location in Polk County?
Yes, Detectives David Alverson and Matthew Kirkpatrick went to Polk for the recovery of the suspect Impala.
And was that black Chevy Impala, was that located and impounded as part of the investigation in this case?
Yes, it was.
Where was it located at?
It was located at defendant Sean Gaithright's grandmother's house.
Is that Lorna Allen, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, did other members, detectives, Detective Alverson and Kirkpatrick, meet with Lorna Allen in relation to this investigation?
Yes, they did.
And based on that, was there video footage obtained of when that car arrived?
Yes, there was.
You also said that there was a BOLO, an alert put out for the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you do that?
That was done in the evening of June 25th, and then ultimately in the morning of June 26th was when it was captured.
You said June 26th?
Yes.
And where was that captured?
That was captured in Gwinnett County in Georgia.
And after you were notified by Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, did you yourself respond out to Georgia to make contact with the person found in the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
And when did you arrive in Georgia?
Approximately the afternoon of the 26th, June 26, 2024, so between 2 and 5 p.m.
So we're now 3 days outside of the homicide occurring, is that correct?
Correct.
And where specifically did you respond to?
The Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters.
Okay. They are the ones that located the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
That is correct.
And they assist you in impounding the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Were there photographs that were then taken of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And was that damage that you had noted from the video footage from the home to suites, did you yourself confirm that that damage did exist and was apparent on the silver Chevy Cruze belonging to Jasmine Glennon that was impounded and located in Gwinnett County, Georgia?
Correct.
Did you at some point also make contact with the person that was taken into custody who had been driving the silver Chevy Cruze 3 days after the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Is that person, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and describe for the judge what he's wearing?
Yes, he's a gentleman wearing the black suit with the black shirt and black tie that I'm pointing at right now.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
How long were you with Mr. Murphy in Georgia?
Approximately 10, 20 minutes.
As part of this investigation, it was very early on in the investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the silver Chevy Cruze that was utilized as part of the, in this homicide, is that correct, that was captured on the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
At that point in time, on June 23rd of 2026, was Rashad Murphy arrested in this case pursuant to the homicide?
No, he was not.
Now, going back to the black Chevy Impala that was located in the Polk County Sheriff's Office, after members from your homicide unit responded to that location and found the black Chevy Impala, was there information that was provided to you pursuant to their investigation after the black Chevy Impala had been captured and video footage from that address reviewed concerning another vehicle?
Yeah, we learned that defendant Sean Gathright left his grandmother's house in a gold Toyota 4Runner after leaving the black Impala there.
So Sean Gathright was not located in Polk County where the black Chevy Impala was located?
No, he was not.
That had been left behind in a different city?
Correct.
And did you get the make, model, and information for the gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, I did.
Who was the registered owner of the gold Toyota 4Runner?
The registered owner was also Damali Lau, Sean Gathright's mother.
And based on the information at that time, did you then put out an alert for the gold Toyota 4Runner?
I notified the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it, yes.
And why did you do that?
We had reason to believe that the defendant had transferred items from the black Impala into the gold 4Runner, and we might locate something pertinent to this investigation.
Okay. And why did you specifically mention Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Because the defendant lives in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the vehicle is registered to Jacksonville.
And did you make sure that the black Chevy Impala that was located at Sean Gathright's grandmother's house, that again it was photographed and documented by crime scene?
Yes.
And was the gold Toyota 4Runner registered to Damali Lyle, Sean Gathright's mother? Were you at some point in the course of the investigation notified that that had been located?
Yes, later that same day.
Yes.
All right, I can absolutely zoom through this.
Detective, I believe you said that you were notified that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office had found that gold Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright had left from Polk County. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you say you were notified the same day?
Yes, correct.
And what day was that?
June 26, 2024.
And based on that, did you ask the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to look for that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
And they were able to locate it, is that correct?
Yes.
And did they at some point alert you that they had developed probable cause to search that vehicle?
Yes, they did.
And was information then relayed to you concerning some items of evidence that were recovered from the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle at the time?
Defendant Sean Gathright.
And what information was relevant to you that was located within that, the gold Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright had been found in?
They found firearms, paraphernalia, live ammunition, spent casings, furniture that could be used on rifles, and items that were pertinent to the investigation. The primary piece of evidence that they found in the vehicle were spent rifle casings that were later forensically matched to a prior attempt on our victim.
And that is an attempted homicide that occurred in Jacksonville on October 7th of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on that, again, I asked you determine what items to send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement with regards to ballistics and matching shell casings. You make that decision to send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on that information that was relayed to you, did you request from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that they send the shell casings related and recovered from the attempted murder of Charles Jones on October 7th of 2023 to FDLE to be compared to those spent shell casings found in the gold Toyota 4Runner belonging to Sean Gathright?
Yes, I did.
that he was found in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, I did.
I know that I had previously asked you about the 9mm, not the casings from any of the AR rifles. There were no casings from AR rifles left behind at our homicide scene. Is that correct?
No, there weren't.
You said that you had sent 30 of the 31 shell casings to ATF for DNA testing. Is that correct?
The pistol 9mm, yes.
Were they able to get any DNA off of the 30 shell casings that you sent to ATF?
No, they weren't.
And you kept one to be ballistically compared if there were any items of evidence that may be recovered that were related to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point after the investigation and the search warrant of the gold Toyota 4Runner, was there then probable cause developed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to then do a search warrant at that Victoria Lakes Drive, the home of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
When did that search warrant occur?
That occurred in the evening of June 27th, 2024, so the day after the traffic stop.
And again, was there, you alerted after the search warrant that was executed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to items of evidence that were relevant to this homicide case here in Tampa that were found at Sean Gathright's house?
Yes.
Okay. And what items of evidence was relevant to this case that you asked Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to maintain so that it could be used in this trial?
Yes, so in Sean Gathright's house, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office found in a safe inside the house 2 rifles. One of them was equipped with a brass catcher, or the bag that catches the rifle brass.
Before you go on, are you familiar with a brass catcher?
Yes.
What is a brass catcher used for? How is it used?
So a brass catcher is basically a black nylon or mesh bag that gets attached to the ejection port side of a rifle. So as the rifle is firing and the casings are being expended, the bag is catching the casings so they won't be left on the ground.
And specifically, you said, again, you watched the Home to Suites video numerous times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you specifically look for, and you said that there were no shell casings that were spent shell casings left at the scene that belonged to AR rifles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you see approximately how many times AR rifles were being fired all over that scene at Home to Suites?
Based off of the muzzle flashes, yes, we determined that the rifle was fired numerous amounts of times.
And all the locations where the 2 assailants with AR rifles are firing that rifles, was it thoroughly searched for shell casings to AR rifles?
Extremely.
And when AR rifles are being fired, do they automatically eject spent shell casings as those bullets are being fired out of the AR rifles?
Yes, they do.
No AR rifle shell casings left anywhere on that scene, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on that and reviewing the video footage, were you specifically looking for brass catchers?
Yes.
And in the Home to Suites video footage, can you see brass catchers attached to one of those AR rifles?
Yes.
And is that why you specifically are asking and having Jacksonville Sheriff's Office notify you in case any of those items are collected?
Correct.
Okay, I stopped you. I think that was one of the first items that you said were located. There were 2 AR rifles in the safe. Is that correct? One of which had a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Correct. And another big piece of evidence that we found in Sean Gathright's house was inside one of the brass catchers were 2 spent 9mm pistol casings. Those 2 9mm casings were sent off and forensically matched to the 9mm casings that were left by the pistol at our scene.
So you asked and requested that they be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for confirmation testing to ballistically match it to the 9mm firearm that was fired at the homicide scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were there other items that were recovered in Jacksonville during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, ammunition and firearms paraphernalia.
At some point on June 28th of 2024, did you make contact with Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
When did you make contact with him?
Approximately 1 a.m. on June 28th, 2024.
And why did you make contact with him?
To attempt an interview.
Where did you make contact with him?
At the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Police Department headquarters in their downtown area.
And where was Isaiah Chance living at the time when this homicide occurred?
In Jacksonville.
Another person living in Jacksonville, Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you responded up to Jacksonville in order to do an interview with him?
Yes.
Where did the interview take place?
In an interview room at the police station.
Okay. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Was the person known as Isaiah Chance, was he read his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And did that interview, was it recorded?
It was.
Approximately how long, how many times was he interviewed?
Twice.
Okay. And the first interview, how long did that interview last?
2 hours and 13 minutes approximately.
Okay. And did that span go into another day?
It started at 1 a.m. the 28th and went into maybe 3 a.m.
Okay. Oh, all on the 28th, is that correct?
Yeah, that's all on the early morning
You had
hours.
responded on the 27th, but the interview actually occurred in the early morning hours?
Correct. So he was detained late 27th. We did the first interview early 28th, and then the second interview was late 28th. So I left and then came back.
Okay. And let's start with the first interview. You said approximately how long was that interview?
2 hours and 13 minutes.
Who was present with you?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
When you are interviewing him, is there anyone else besides you and Aaron Campbell that are present in the interview room?
No.
Is it video recorded?
Yes.
And at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 120A through E. And Mr. Petratus, can I show you this? You've seen it before, but I want to make sure. At this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 120A through E.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Okay, admitted.
Detective, I'm going to show you States 128. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of defendant Isaiah Chance when they first brought him into the interview room.
Is this a still photo from the video that was recording in the interview room?
Correct.
And is it date time stamped when it occurs?
Correct.
And is this when it is beginning?
No, so this is when he was first detained or put into this room. It's 8 p.m. on the 27th. I don't get there to start the interview till like approximately 1 a.m. on the 28th.
Okay. And then let me show you. Let me go to here. So that is when this, and actually, this is not your Detective Campbell, is that correct?
No.
This is Jacksonville, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to go to this 120B. What is being shown in 120B?
So this actually, yeah, this would be when we're getting ready to start the interview.
I apologize.
Yeah.
And what is the date and time reflected in this photo?
3:44 a.m. on the 28th.
Okay. And again, is Isaiah Chance depicted in this still photo from the video footage?
Correct.
And who else is being depicted with the badge on his blue shirt?
My partner, Detective Aaron Campbell.
Okay. And again, now we have gone into June 28th of 2024, the early morning hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this is before you actually read him his Miranda rights. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then I also want to show you 120C. What is that of?
So this is at 4:13 in the beginning of the interview where I'm present in the room as well.
Okay. And again, Detective Campbell?
Correct.
With Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
And then 120D.
I'm sorry, this is the second interview.
Second interview
Yes,
we've now gone into. And what's the date up here?
So this is the next day, early morning hours of the 29th.
Okay. And just going back to this first page. Again, second interview, correct?
Correct.
And all three of you are also in the next one, 120D?
Correct.
And in the second interview, you're showing him something?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second.
Sure.
And then 120E.
Yeah, this is that interview was a lot shorter. This is towards the end of the second interview.
So there were 2 dates that you made contact with Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
Is Isaiah Chance, is he present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you please describe and point him out and tell us what he's wearing?
Yes, he's the gentleman in the back row wearing a turtleneck and a gray jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that he's identified Isaiah Chance?
The record shall so reflect.
Now, you said the first interview that took place on June 28th lasted about 2 hours and 13 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct.
You read him Miranda?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what the Miranda rights are?
Yeah, so the Miranda rights are constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. And so basically we were required to inform a suspect of their rights before we try to obtain an interview from him.
Also, does it inform him of the right to an attorney?
Yes, a right to an attorney present during questioning, before or after, and the right to terminate the interview whenever they want.
Okay. And a right to an attorney if he cannot afford one, is that correct?
Correct.
And you went over all of those rights with the defendant, Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
In detail, yes.
Did he acknowledge those rights and indicate to you that he understood them?
Yes, he did.
Any issues with him being able to understand or communicate to you?
No.
Did he appear to be confused in any manner?
Nope.
Did he agree to speak with you?
Yes, he did.
During his interview, did he confirm that he has a phone and confirm his phone number?
Yes.
And what was his phone number at the time?
His number, he gave me a different number, 904-844, but his phone number is 904 and 3.
And did you later obtain phone records indicating that he actually was utilizing a different phone than the one that he provided to you in your interview?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you about, you said the interview was 2 hours and 13 minutes. Can you tell the jury what he said during that time when he was with you in the interview?
Yeah, so basically, the defendant Isaiah Chance admitted that he was in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide. He claimed that he came to Tampa with his girlfriend and a person he referred to as his little brother, who he later identified as co-defendant Sean Gathright. He said that he came down from Jacksonville to Tampa to have a weekend with his girlfriend. However, he couldn't give me any specific details on what locations he visited or what he did while he was in Tampa, other than they went to a McDonald's to eat. And that's basically the gist of the entire interview, admitting to being in Tampa, denying any involvement, or unable to really give me an alibi.
You say that he says that he admits to being with his girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Was Alicia Andrews, was she also brought to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on that day?
Correct.
Did you also end up interviewing her on that day?
I did.
Was that also recorded?
Yes.
Okay. So she was at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the same time as the defendant Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
I can't recall if it was the exact same time, but it was in close proximity.
Your interviews, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when he says he is admitting to being in Tampa with his girlfriend, is he referring to Alicia Andrews?
Yes, he is.
You said that he gave you a specific location where he ate, is that correct?
Yes.
Did he say that he was in Tampa with anyone else besides Alicia Andrews?
Yes, with Sean Gathright.
Okay. Is Sean Gathright, is that the name he gives you at the beginning of the interview?
No.
Who does he describe? How does he describe the other person that is with him?
He refers to him as his little brother.
And specifically, when he's referring to his little brother, is that the person he gives you as the owner of the car that he comes to Tampa from Jacksonville from?
Yeah, I asked him how he got down to Jacksonville. He said in his little brother's car. Then I asked him to describe that car, and he couldn't recall any details apparently about the car.
And later on in the interview, does he personally identify who his little brother is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Defendant Sean Gathright.
Did you confront him and specifically tell him what you were investigating in regards to what happened in Tampa?
Yes, I did.
And when you did that, did you specifically ask him for any sort of alibi where he was, for details for where he was specifically in Tampa when the homicide occurred?
Correct. I asked him. He was unable to give me any specific details. He did say that he went to an A club and spoke to a bouncer, however, decided not to go inside after the bouncer told him the price.
Okay. Did he continue to deny any involvement during that 2-hour and 13-minute interview that he had no involvement in this homicide? Is that correct?
That is correct.
You said that the only other place besides McDonald's that he mentioned while being in Tampa was one club. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what did you say specifically about him? What did he give details about talking to a bouncer? I'm sorry, I think you said it.
Yeah. No, I asked him if he went in the club. He said he did not go in the club, that he went to, basically spoke to a bouncer or security guard at the front of the club, and ultimately decided not to go into the club.
At some point, did you then keep pressing him about providing you information as to where he was in Tampa?
Yes, we tried to lock down a timeline or something that would help us prove where he was at, and he was unable to give me any specific details.
Other than the McDonald's and some club where he approached a bouncer, any other location where he was while he was visiting in Tampa, Florida?
I asked him where he stayed at. He said at a house. I asked him if it was an Airbnb. He said he did not know if it was an Airbnb. He said that he didn't book an Airbnb, and that Alicia Andrews didn't book an Airbnb, so he didn't know what the house was.
And when you specifically asked him about his little brother, Sean Gathright, did you ask him how he knows Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And what did he say?
That they're friends.
Okay. Did he mention of how long he knew them? How long he knew Sean Gathright?
A long time.
At some point in the investigation, had you been made aware of a search warrant that had occurred from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the home of Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And were you notified of evidence that was found in the home of Isaiah Chance that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, were you notified that there was a poster of a bully down sign that was related to bully gang and kind of a dish to bully gang based on information from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, specifically a poster with the bully down logo, the fist with the thumbs down inside of Isaiah Chance's bedroom was found. I confronted him during the interview about that poster.
And what did he say about the poster?
He kind of laughed it off and didn't give much detail. Like, he avoided going into detail about it.
Did you specifically ask him about the victim in this case, Julio Foolio, and his knowledge of Julio Foolio?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say when you asked him about the victim, Charles Jones, and Julio Foolio?
He acknowledged that he knew who Mr. Jones was, and claimed that they were cordial. They weren't friends, but they were cordial.
Tried to suggest that there were no ill feelings between him and the victim in this case?
Yeah, he specifically referenced Spaces conversations on Twitter that would prove that him and Mr. Jones are cordial.
So he admitted to you that he did have contact with the victim on social media, is that correct?
That is correct.
And going back to your statement about the bouncers, was there video footage that was collected by yourself and others, other detectives from the Tampa Police Department, of two clubs that the victim had gone to while here in Tampa on June 22nd, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
That was, what two clubs were those?
That was Teasers Gentlemen Club on Nebraska and the after party at Truth 18 on Bush Boulevard.
And again, as part of your job as the main case detective in this case, did you end up reviewing all the video footage that was collected from the Teasers nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review all the video footage from Truth 18, from that business plaza, from Habib's hair design that covered the exterior of Truth 18, as well as the stairwell and the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes.
And was there any video footage of a silver Chevy Cruze and a black Chevy Impala that was located at both of those clubs, showing both of those vehicles at that club?
Yes.
And during the time frame, the silver Chevy Cruze, was that shown at both locations?
Yes.
And at both of those clubs, were there two individuals, a male and a female, that gets out at both of those clubs?
Yes.
And looking at the entirety of the video footage, let's start with Teasers and the front door. Is the front door of Teasers the entryway into Teasers where there is security? Is that depicted in the video footage that you collected?
Yes, it is.
And do you see when a silver Chevy Cruze gets there and parks and two people get out?
Yes, I do.
And during that same time, do you look at the corresponding camera of the front door?
Yes.
Does either the male or the female that gets out of the silver Chevy Cruze ever approach anyone at the front door security at that club?
No, they don't.
Going again to Truth 18, that is located on the second floor, again, does the silver Chevy Cruze appear to go to Truth 18 shortly after the victim's party, his cars, and his entourage arrive at that location?
Yes.
Again, same question. Is there anyone that gets out of the silver Chevy Cruze, male and female?
Yes.
Appear to be the same male and female that get out of the silver Chevy Cruze at Teasers?
Yes, same couple.
Do they ever approach the front door or the second floor of Truth 18 where they are on scene at that location at the same time of the victim?
They don't go anywhere near the front door.
No conversations with anybody coming out of that club?
No.
At some point in your investigation, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 and 24. There is a camera, a pole camera, that is near USF. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's the exact address of the pole camera?
It's at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler.
Okay. And did I ask you, the State's Exhibit 44 is a composite of Truth 18 and a USF pole camera, as well as State's Exhibit 24 is just at the pole camera. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I ask you to look at both of those discs and review the video footage of the USF pole camera to see if it was fair and accurate of the video footage that you obtained in this case?
Yes, you did.
And starting with State's Exhibit 44, the composite of Truth 18 and the pole camera, did you review it?
Yes, I did.
And after reviewing it, did I ask you to initial and date it so you could later recognize it?
Yes, you did.
Starting with State's Exhibit 44, the composite exhibit, did you look at that and did you recognize that as a fair and accurate video of the USF pole camera?
Yes, it was.
And then going to Exhibit 24, again showing you this DVD. Did again ask you to do the same thing, review it, and then initial and date it so you could recognize it at a later time?
Yes, you did.
And again, does this DVD, State's Exhibit 24, accurately and fairly show the video footage that was documented by that pole cam near USF?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 24 and 44.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection to the video, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petridis?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And so we're going to start with teasers. Hold on one second. That was one more. Oh, yeah. Detective, did you also obtain video footage from teasers? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And again, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 41A through C. Did I ask you to review that before today and be able to sign and initial it?
Yes, you did.
So you could later recognize it. Is that your initials?
Yes.
And again, States Exhibit 41A through C. Is that fair and accurate video footage that was obtained from the Teasers nightclub?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, we also introduced into evidence States Exhibit 41A through C.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Admitted.
Detective Ramos, you yourself viewed the video footage at Teasers, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And is there a date and time stamp on the Teasers video footage?
Yes, there is.
And did you review the Teasers video footage for accuracy?
Yes, I did.
And was that video, the date and time stamp, was that accurate?
The date was accurate. The timestamp was approximately 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow.
And how do you verify and confirm the accuracy of the timestamp?
So what I would do is go on to time.gov, which is the government's official website where you can see the correct time and compare it to the live view timestamp and calculate the difference that it's off by.
Okay. And again, how off was the timestamp from the Teasers video?
Approximately 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow.
Where are the cameras located at the Teasers nightclub?
They actually have cameras around the whole building, so we got several angles, a couple at the front that capture the south side of the building. There's one on the west side of the building that captures the west side of the parking lot, and then one that captures the north side of the parking lot.
Do they also have videos inside the club as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and what is the address and location of Teasers nightclub?
9700 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida.
Okay. And was this one of the nightclubs where the victim, Charles Jones, had advertised on his Instagram that he would be at on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And I know that we have compiled a composite. Did you put together, based on time chronology, the different cameras, including the back of the parking lot and the front door, to show the different times as it is happening based on chronologically?
Yes, just so it's easier to follow, I did a chronological order of when the victim's entourage arriving and all of the relevant angles.
And at points in time during this video, did you speed up the video when there is nothing happening?
Yes.
Other than speeding up the video, did you alter or change or edit the video in any way?
No.
So this is the video, it is just sped up, is that correct?
Sped up at times.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can we go ahead and publish States Exhibit 41A through C? Or start with 41A? And Detective Ramos, can you tell us what camera is now being shown?
This is what's labeled as a front parking camera. This is at the southeast corner of the club. The front door to the club is that gray door to the right. And that's the parking right in front of the front door.
Okay, and we just saw a vehicle back in. Can you tell us the significance of that vehicle?
That's Mr. Jones' black Dodge Charger arriving at the club.
Okay, and I'm going to this timestamp. It says June 23rd of 2024, and the timestamp says 2:16. Can you do the time conversion for the jury?
So since it's approximately 7 minutes slow, so the real time is around 2:23 a.m.
Right, thank you. Detective Ramos, we're now at another camera. What is this camera view? Where is that in relation to Teasers?
On the west side of the building, showing the back parking lot area, and this one is just roughly right after that.
Okay. And again, we're showing now there is a silver Chevy Cruze backing in, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can see that you have increased the speed of the video?
Yes.
Detective Ramos, are you noting the number of people getting out of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, 2 subjects came out of the silver Chevy Cruze.
And do you try to track those 2 individuals in both cameras?
Yes.
And the timestamp now is 2:20. Again, you have to do a calculation for real time.
Approximately 2:27, 2:28.
Can you pause it there? And sir, based on reviewing this video in relevance to your investigation, do you make notes about the 2 individuals coming out of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And what is of significance to you in order to determine to later determine their identities?
Specifically, the female is wearing a light blue jean jacket that later she was wearing that same jacket during her interview. So the investigation, all the details were able to lead us to who they were.
Okay, and let's start with, you're able to tell at least one is a female, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, can you see her hair in a ponytail?
Yes.
Okay. And the second individual, is he male or female?
Male.
And does he appear to be taller than the female?
Yes.
And what do you note about his size and body type?
Tall, skinny, kind of lanky, male subject.
Okay. Did you also make any note about their faces?
Yes, they're both wearing medical COVID type masks. She's wearing a black one and he's wearing one of the light blue ones.
And there are points where you can actually see the type of jacket when she's in the light, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point you came into contact with her on that same day that you came into contact with Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
I can't recall if it was the same day, but yes, I did come into contact with her and she was wearing that same jacket.
And now, again, we're back at the front door, and what is the time?
So correct time, approximately 2:28, 2:29.
And in this photo, can you still see the victim's vehicle that he backed in?
Yes, it's the Dodge Charger with the lights still on in the back there. Okay. The victim's leaning up against it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Did you also become familiar with Charles Jones and what he was wearing on that night and what he looks like?
Correct.
And are there other individuals that you can see that you later interviewed?
Yeah, Robert Howard and Gino Norris, Tafa McRae, and Xavier Edwards are all visible.
And I know that these are clips, but you obtained the full portion of this front camera for June 23rd of 2024 during this time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you whether or not Isaiah Chance or Alicia Andrews ever approached that front door. Is that correct?
Correct.
And viewing that video, did you ever see them come close to that front door, enter that club, or talk to any bouncer or security member at that front door?
No, they did not.
And can you see the full path of where they went off screen from the back camera to the front door?
Yeah, so if you go off screen to the left there of this angle and you continue towards the front door, you would eventually pop up on that front parking camera. So they never went near the front door.
Okay, go ahead. So at this time frame, again showing 2:22 on the timestamp, can you then see those two same individuals going back to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
And that is at the same time when the victim and his entourage are still at the front door, is that correct?
As they're going inside, yes.
During this portion of the video, have you ever seen the black Chevy Impala in this parking lot or near the scene yet?
Not yet.
And what time is reflective of the silver Chevy Cruze leaving the back parking lot?
Approximately 2:31 a.m. Eastern Standard, the Silver Cruze leaves the back parking lot area.
And then again, we now go back to the front camera. Is that correct?
Yeah, now we're fast forward to when the victim's leaving the club. The approximate time is 2:54 a.m.
Then what camera are we looking at now?
This is what's labeled the side parking, but it's the north side of the building.
Again, of teasers, is that correct?
Correct.
And what time is reflected after you do the calculation?
Right around that same time, 2:54, as the victim's coming out of the club.
And then what are we seeing?
This is the suspect, black Chevy Impala, arriving into the parking lot.
And is that the first time that you detect the black Chevy Impala?
On camera here, yes, correct.
And is that after the silver Chevy Cruze has left this parking lot?
Correct.
And again, now are we seeing the back parking lot where the silver Chevy Cruze once was parked?
Correct.
And then are we, on what camera are we looking at again?
We're at the front parking. The suspect Cruze circles all the way around and gets on this. You can see it in the middle there at the top.
Okay. Is that what you're reflecting in the very top hand corner? I'm sorry, the top, not in the corner, but to the left of the video footage?
Yes.
And is the victim's vehicle, is it still parked reversed in front of the club?
Yes, it is. It's getting ready to leave.
Yep. And can you tell us what is in 41C?
This is the back parking of teasers, and zoomed in on the subjects coming out of the Silver Cruze.
And why did you zoom it in?
Just to get as much detail about their physical description and their clothing.
And at some portion of while they are in the back of that parking lot, is there anything in their hands?
Yes, from the video it is apparent that there's a device in the male's hands, and the female takes it for a second and does something to it.
And does that become significant in your investigation later when you obtain cell phone records?
Yes, this is that specific device was identified as Alicia Andrews' device.
And are you noting the time when there appears to be use of the cell phone based on the calculations that you do after you adjust for real time?
Yes.
So again, is this again just the zoomed up portion focusing in on the two individuals that came from the silver Chevy Cruze and then walking back?
Correct.
Is that the end of the teasers video?
It is, Judge.
Okay, this is probably a good time for us to go to break. So it's a little after 5. So, okay.
And with that, we will also say goodbye. So that takes care of our sentencing prep. getting ready for Monday's sentencing. We're going to go on at probably 10. Not probably. I'll make the decision. I'll make the call right now. We will go on at 10. Sentencing is at 1:30, scheduled for 1:30. So today was all about the detectives, watching the detectives. And then Monday, we're going to focus more on the victims, the people that were shot and survived. And then, of course, I'll play the verdict from the guilt phase and then the penalty phase. And then we'll get into sentencing. So we were kind of talking in chat about who would possibly show up for victim impact statements. Miss Mays, Sandricus Mays, she showed up at Alicia's sentencing, and she gave a victim impact statement there. Or then, I don't know if she'll show up again. Chances are she would. I would think she would. And then on the other side, Sean had, I think, 10 people plus himself spoke on his behalf, and then Isaiah, I think, had like 7. Davion and Rashad didn't have that many. It'd be interesting. We'll see who shows up. Not that it's really going to matter on their side, because life without parole in Florida is life without parole. So it's really not going to matter much. I mean, I guess it would be just to show their support for their family member and or friend, but it's really not going to make that much of a difference. So anyway, with that, thank you guys for being with us today. Really appreciate it. It was a fun day. Fun day for us streaming. We did the mock trial. That was pretty cool. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And then now we're getting back into the stream of the Charles Jones trial, and hopefully come Monday, after watching some more preparation, we will be all caught up to speed again once sentencing comes around. So with that, I will leave you with Super Bowl. Grampy, Dwayne, if you're watching, your girl here is ready for food. She's saying, "I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille." Yes, that's a good girl. She's a big marshmallow. All right, you'll go girl. Yeah. So, and she gets up. Yum, yum, yum. Little cruise by. All right, guys. Who's that over there? I think that's Riker up there. All right. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Have a great weekend. We will start streaming at 10 o'clock on Monday, 10 o'clock Eastern. The Alaska trial is still ongoing. They only have 2 witnesses left, and then the state's going to rest. They're going to go over jury instructions, so we will absolutely stream that, but after Charles Jones' sentencing is over. If it starts at 1:30, I really don't anticipate it going for very long. 2 hours tops is what I'm guessing. I could be fooled, could be longer, but I don't. My guess right now, it's going to be under 2 hours, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we will definitely cover. Oh boy! All right, time for me to go. Cats are getting frisky. All right, guys. And again, 10 o'clock on Monday. Have a great weekend, and we will see you. We'll see you on Monday. Okay, bye. Yeah.